Hello. There we go. So much shenanigans. But yes, I was saying. 10 minutes into the stream starting, probably not even that, maybe like 5 minutes into the stream starting, one of the fans in the back of my computer was like, hey, check out what I can do. And then it started rattling and going all weird. I've got it mostly sorted now, like I've removed the fan, but that's upset my pump. And my pump has a little bit of air in it. It's like my liquid cooler. So you might hear the faintest whisper. But we should be fine. Pump should be quiet enough that no one should notice. But anyway, sorry about that. We should be pretty good. Hey Scooty, hello. How you going, man? Just had to do a little bit of emergency computer surgery, but we're good now. Are we church here? I forget we are. Yes. Man, oh man, this fortress of ours has been going for so long now, almost a decade, this fortress. We've had many, many deaths. We still haven't caught up with the amount of corpses we have to put away. Let's get a little bit of flooring off this way if we can. Using more of our fantastic church. But yeah, so I am tempted, very tempted, to start having a nosy round in the forbidding depths below. At least have a little bit of a look. I think we have discovered somewhere down here. Ah, here we go. Here's our mountain of goodies. So we could just kind of head over this way. Start snagging some yums. So if we come up one level above, and we start passing off just around here, we can see if we can't find something interesting, if we're lucky. I think just a wee bit further along we should be pretty good. Yeah, we should be intersecting it about there. And we might get a bit fancy with maybe some traps or something. And the weather is cleared up. Oh, we have forbidden stuff everywhere. Look at this. A steel, masterwork steel shortsword, forbidden, lying on the floor. Next to some troglodyte gibbons. As you do. Oh, man. But yeah, I'm glad I haven't ordered that monitor yet, because I have to buy a good old computer fan at the same time, apparently. Oh, traditional miasma. Stuck in there with a couple of... Why are people putting animal traps in there? These dwarves are weird, man. What's the theme of this fort? Well, the original goal for this fort wasn't too dramatic. It was just basically, I wanted to have a nice fort where we could have a king and kind of maybe graze the hidden fun stuff a little bit. So, you know, pretty much a generic fort. Sadly, our king was murdered by a very angry planter. And we haven't had the queen turn up yet. But in the meantime, we have created a cool underground river sort of a thing with a swimming pool that people hang out in. So it's alright. Hey Nelsa, hello. People are doing quite well in this fortress, I've got to say. We've had a few dramas. We're up to what, 30 very, very upset dwarfs for a while, but we've been clawing back. Mostly with the help of our fantastic waterfall, right near the entrance to the living area. Now, the other thing I was doing is just over here. I would like to get some plans in motion for getting this little stone cutting area of ours, getting it going a wee bit faster. So if we come into our stones and we start customizing, there we go. And of course, we'll make sure we have a good double handful of wheelbarrows. And it'll stop our dwarves having to haul ass around the fortress, hopefully. And we might create even a few more stonecutters workshops just down here. Now let's get this all neated up on this side as well. And I think just up here, we'll kind of follow along the shape of this room here. You know, we'll do our usual trick with kind of smoothing out these little bumps and bobs all over this fort. There we are. And that'll get us... We might actually widen that a bit, maybe. Yeah, that's going to be a wee bit claustrophobic, I think, otherwise. Just hearing my fan just go absolutely ham in the background. There we go. Now let's see. Ooh, that is an upset dwarven child. This is the same dwarven child that's been harassing our dwarves for a wee while. This is Icon, currently harassing a trapper and a gem cutter. We only have two very angry children, and they're slowly getting better, but at the same time they're thrashing the snot out of everyone. Oh no, that sucks, buddy. That is a rough time indeed. I like that little block there. Let's just smooth that up for fun. Let's also come downstairs, because I think far down here in the depths. This is looking pretty good. It's not breaching yet, but we can start getting spikes here. So we'll start buying, well not buying, but crafting some steel spikes. Ready to go. And there we go. We've hit it. Early spring. Yeah, 110. Fortress is now officially 10 years old. And a dwarven child, just for fun, has gone berserk and has started killing people and smashing dogs. Oh, look at that. Blood. Blood and vomit strobing on the floor. Perfect. Oh, there we go. No more dwarven child. There is, however, going to be some very upset parents now. Now, hopefully someone's going to come in and bury this child. Just for now, we'll throw them in the rubbish bin. Now let's get on down to our fantastic wee graveyard. Where are you, graveyard? I always have to spend a couple of minutes looking for it. There it is. Oh, none of these have been claimed. Oh, nice. Hey, look at that. A vile force of darkness. I thought the goblins have decided to leave us alone, but no. The goblins have arrived. Somewhere over here is an army. Oh, it's just snatchers. Yeah, but Nozel, that does suck for you, man. Hope things improve for you. We're under a siege, but... So let's just be a little bit careful. Get this lever pulled. Hopefully our dwarves will pull it really quickly this time instead of waiting until the enemy's inside the fortress. And while that's happening, let's get our military up here, huh? And we've struck some white jade. Oh, we have struck it. Not something we saw in the cabins, but something we actually pulled out of the earth ourselves. Nice. Oh. Goblin crossbowmen and kobold thieves. So some kobolds and some goblins came in at the same time, and then they had a little bit of a fight. Not so great for the kobolds. We are going to get everyone inside just until we figure out where the siege is. Ah, I told you. It's a siege of snatchers. And they're coming in, getting spooked and running away. Oh. Random Swordsdorf is running over. This lad claims he's stationing, but he's got not a single weapon. And he's got a sewn up arm. So, sewn up arm in two places, and same with the hand. Oh, another snatcher. Oh, here we go. Because our dwarves still haven't pulled the lever for the inner bridge, An enemy kobold has come to cause a ruckus. A bowman. Oh, no, never mind. Someone pulled the lever. The bridge came up and completely squashed out the goblin. Oh, diplomacy. Oh, holy crap. So, the Baroness has met with a castle. Heroina. You've disrespected the trees in this area. But this is what we've come to expect from your stunted kind. Further abuse cannot be tolerated. Let this be a warning to you. The elves, the elves. So we're getting snatchers, kobold thieves, and apparently dire warnings from the elves. Here comes another goblin, making his way in. This guy's got a bit of iron, good handful of copper bolts. He's gonna have to make the sad journey through the weapon traps. No, this one's just leaving apparently. Just going. Oh, they're regrouping. We see them rushing back and forth, having fun under the trees. And here we go, here comes the first one. And... oh, he's dodging. No. He was dodging, but not enough. Meanwhile, a weaver has come out to harvest some plants, completely ignoring the fact that no one's supposed to be leaving the burrow right now. Yeah, good luck, there's some snatchers out there. Oh, you're spooked now, you're running away, you're a bit afraid. Logan the farmer has passed away. Not heeding the warning bells, Logan went out and was destroyed by another goblin. The Countess of Netpollis has come to visit. I cannot wait until this releases properly, this experimental branch, because then I'll finally get back the little wee civilian alerts. Oh, a human playing with death. Dashing back into the fortress. Here comes more goblins. Oh, they're being so careful with these traps. I love it. I love it. Death hackers on experimental. Ooh. What's going on in the experimental branch? Oh, Scooty, you've been missing out. So experimental. Putnam has been doing work. So she's brought up Dwarf Fortress to the latest version of SDL. So the graphics run really fast. She's also made a lot of general speed improvements, to my understanding, to some of the internal data structures, so the game's working a lot faster. But even more than that, we can go into the settings here. Go into game settings, and if we scroll down a wee bit, enable multi-threading experimental. And if you turn that on, you get insane FPS boosts. It's awesome. Putnam's gone off, and what she's actually done is just amazing. She's found the heaviest part in the fortress, or any fortress, which is, vision. And she's gone off, and she's multi-threaded vision. Is it improved? You're getting like a 25% FPS increase, which is not bad. Just finish their order, send them back downstairs. There we go. These lads will be popping up shortly. This bridge is down. A peasant is having a wee bit of a clean up of the floor. There's a bit of yucks around. That reminds me, we should probably throw out all of this stuff so our dwarves don't have to start breathing in corpse smell again on the way out of the fortress. And people just start making their way in. Now we were just down here expanding our little wee coffin area. So let's keep going with this, huh? Oh, my poor old computer, I can hear it rattling. Basically, I must have jostled the pump when I was removing that fan. So now the pump has just a little bit of an upset with me at the moment. I mean, it'll improve with time, but still. A sad computer is not a great experience for anyone, really. There we are. There we are, little loop. And we'll tell our dwarfs to come down and smooth out these little blocks here. Let me turn that down on my end. There we go. Bit easier on my ears. There we go. There we go. Someone's going to become a peasant. I mean, look at that FPS, that is not bad. For 180 population. Not bad at all. An elven caravan from Matarafis has arrived. This is after sending us a dire warning. Oh, that's alright. We still have enough webs going on down here for now. I don't really feel like we should have to pop this lad open, so that's okay. Let's get some jammies over for these nice wee elves, huh? Maybe they brought us some interesting animals. At least they'll bring us some plants so we can get some more drinks at the moment. That'd be nice. So, let's come down to our bins. Where are we? There we go. We'll snag a gem bin. And that is a very small sized gem bin. Do we have a nicer, more fantastic gem bin? Surely we do. Maybe we don't. Maybe we've gemmed our last gem. Lots of finished goods. I wonder, do we have any of those nice wee little rose gold goblets we could sell? Yep, we've got some there. We'll bring in these 2 bins and just fish out those goblets. This might be the last time we can trade with the elves, before they go absolutely ballistic on us. Oh, and oh snap! Elven caravan number 2. There's gonna be a bit of a traffic jam now. Oh, these guys are bringing in mega tons of animals. Welcome in, elves. Oh, they even brought a unicorn there. Nice. Just awaiting one more item. And while we're going to trade away those goblets, let's get some more goblets, huh? So we're going to go for rose gold. We're going to ask for maybe 20. That should be pretty good. Still waiting for that final bin of goodies to come in. Many of our dwarfs becoming depressed. There we go, masterpiece prepared wild boar lung roast. 10 of them. Our food is getting so ridiculous. If you guys didn't see the last stream, like we'd sell like 1 bin of food and it'd be enough to buy out almost an entire wagon. It's crazy. Still waiting for that item. Someone will be bringing it. Oh, they're moving quite slow. Are you hauling us an item? Yes, they are. For 107 years old, this elven dancer, they are hauling a bin full of goods. Oh, it looks like all the elves from 2 different civs have come in to trade at the same time. Alright. Let's request our broker. He's having a bit of a brew at the moment, but he'll make his way out. Slade should be on his way. We'll be sitting in the seat right now, actually. Nice. Right. Hey, that's cool. I didn't know you could do that. Let's trade with the new elves. See what they're up to. They brought in some logs. We're always fans of logs. They brought in some cages. What sort of cages? We've got a unicorn. A female unicorn. I love it. And a male unicorn. We've got a breeding pair of unicorns straight up off the bat with these elves. That is amazing. We also got an eagle, a honey badger. Yeah, it's crazy, right? Breeding pair of unicorns. Excellent. Anything else we want from these lads? There's horses and stuff, but we should be fine. They brought some barrels. That's lovely, thank you. I think we have heaps of buckets. Let's have a look. Do they have any nice clothes? Sometimes we get really good clothes from the elves. It's awesome. See some robes. Nice wee shoes. Just keep away from the armor. Normal everyday clothing is much better. Various cotton socks. I love it. some hoods. Sometimes they'll sell very fancy stuff, like we have the other elves will occasionally, very occasionally, sell us just a handful of turbans, and it's awesome. You see dwarves running around wearing turbans, it looks great. Let's grab some of their fruit as well. Let's get their skirts on the way. Ooh, some braids. Interesting. I love that they make this stuff fit for dwarves. It's just excellent. A moonstone altar. I love the sounds of that. We owe them about 5,000. So, let's give them some goblets. We'll come down here, being careful once again, not to sell anything too amazing. Like those cut star rubies. We're not selling those. Sapphires. Gold opals, those can go in the bin. We can give those to the elves, no worries. Just not our really fancy stuff. We want to save those for our dwarves. And we've got some jades coming. Just waiting for that little green number to pop up. Our pink jades, our onyxes now. And we'll follow up with some goblets. We have some gold ones. We won't bother giving them the rock ones. The rock ones are nice, but they're not our fantastic gold ones. Look at that, rose gold goblets. I love it. There we go. They got 2,600 profit. We'll trade that in. Oh, wonderful. Thank you for your business. Thank you for those wonderful wee unicorns. And let's trade again. This time with the top lads. They bought some logs in as well. We'll grab some loggies. And some stuff for the children to make sure they're happy. Tended for another cardinal, but we already got heaps of those that we haven't put on little pedestals yet. Weasels and goodness. Mountain goats. Another deer. Let's get another one of those in there, just for fun. And let's see, do they have turbans? Do these guys bring turbans with them this time? I'm keen for some turban-y goodness. Yeah, a breeding pair of unicorns on the very last, possibly the last trade with the elves is good luck. Just getting unicorns in general is pretty random and pretty rare. Ah, there's our turbans. Snag those. Dwarves look wonderful wearing turbans. But I think that's probably all we want to give these elves. So I don't think we have too much in the way of goods left. So give them a couple of nice goblins. There we go. I think these elves won't have too much else, so we can have a quick nosy. We've already bought some fruit from the other lads, so we're not going to buy some from theirs. They bought some trousers and whatnot, but nah. I think we should be good. Ooh, lucky we checked. Look at that, a growing emerald pedestal. Thank you. I will definitely slip that into my back pocket. And we'll trade that. Wonderful, says Kakami. Thank you for your business. Right, let's send our trader back in. A new elven diplomat has arrived. Is this more death threats from the elves? So let's get downstairs, down here in the depths, where we have our underground paddocks. And we'll come down and find our lovely wee unicorns. We'll pop in an eagle, and these various other animals we have roaming about as well. Yeah, that should be pretty good. Wait, is that a wild boar or a straight boar? Let's have a look. Yeah, just a wild one, that's fine. But yeah, we now have breeding unicorns. I love that, man. Now see there, our dwarves would love some more malachite. So if we look around in this fortress, we should have a malachite vein here and there. I think a lot of them are mined out, but we can at least have a look nearby our mined out malachite veins. Oh no, look at that, we've got some new ones. Awesome. That's going to be a bit more happy malachite for the fortress. Oh man, can you imagine the unicorn soap? Oh, I love it. Be like rubbing solidified rainbows on your skin. And let's also put in an order. We're gonna say, give us about 100. Oh, let's type it out like normal people, huh? That sounds good. So we're gonna ask for some steel spikes. Menacing steel spikes, perfect. We have lots of steel lying around. And where it says 10, we're gonna set that to about 100. Yeah, there we go. And that is what we're going to use to upset the demons from the depths of hell. Cave unicorns could be pretty cool, I know. And Neri from the elves is meeting up with the Baroness. Actually, not our Baroness, this is someone else's Baroness. This is Geshu Divina, lads. So someone else's Baroness is now doing our diplomacy for us, which is worrying, but fine. We elves are partial in particular to the trees and the forests surrounding your lands, although we are loath to spare a single tiniest whisker of a branch to your senseless slaughter. We are willing to ask that you cap your tree fells at 25 until we next meet. I'll try to return next year as I am able. If we grant this request, that's actually pretty fair. At most 55, that's also pretty fair. Sometimes if you're really lucky, the elves will come up and the diplomat will ask you what you want. At least I know it does for the humans. I think the elves still do. It's been a long time since the elves have bothered engaging in nice diplomacy. Oh, talking about diplomacy. Oh no. So if we look down here, somehow an elf who has come to visit us, this is the diplomat. I'm guessing they were like, you know, as an elf I could probably have a good swim in this little river. And they more than likely snuck down here and had a quick bit of a paddle in this water where it wasn't so deep. But the current, you see, the current pushed them along and they trundled down and down. They hit here, squeezing past all the shale boulders, and then straight into the fortification. And a lot of you might know, but some of you mightn't. But fortifications and grates can sometimes squeeze creatures through them if the water is rushing fast enough. And we can see, squeezing right through here. And coming down, the elven diplomat tumbles down the waterfall, crashing to the very crown of a tree. We can see Neri's blood splattered everywhere. Neri, why would you do this to yourself? Here's Neri down here, a legendary herbalist, seriously injured, lost in the dark, forbidding fungus caves. Slight pain, ability to stand, lost. Her left foot is mangled beyond recognition. Her left ankle is also mangled beyond recognition. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Good luck down there. we're looking up here though. Our drinks are picking up nicely though, which is excellent. Now let's get on over this way. So this is really populated, sadly not with fancy stone, but what we can do up here is we can get ourselves some more stone workers. And we'll make it out of some chalk. See, stone worker. That's what we're looking for. Chalk blocks, there we go. And we'll punch a couple of holes in there, just to make it a bit easier for these dwarves to kind of rush in and get ingredients that they need. So only wall grates that occasionally allow passage. So it is, I think it could be anything, so wall grates and fortifications. I know fortifications 100% do it, because it happens to me constantly. But I think wall grates do as well. I think they're probably like kind of the same logic. Oh, wall versus floor. Yeah, I don't think it happens so much on floor. Because floor uses different calculations with running water, right? Because it's like falling water when you're on the floor, so things don't usually get pushed through floor grates. This dwarven child's having a problem. Buddy, what are you doing? Cancels. Store item in stockpile. Drop off. Inaccessible. Oh, yeah, sure, let's let you guys go outside. There we go. Completely forgotten. I'm just keeping an eye on how our orders are coming, because I want those spikes, man. It's been checked in, and our manager has A-okayed it. Same with those rose gold goblets, but it's taking a wee while. That makes me think that down here in the depths, these dwarves might be a bit overworked. I mean, we've got rose gold bars, we have plenty of steel. Oh, my computer is screaming. I hope it's not too irritating for you guys. You guys shouldn't be able to hear it, but you never know. Steel stuff everywhere. I love it. Yeah, I think people are coming down to work on it. It's just a long trip to get downstairs, I think it's the problem. Yes, but will there be a cat? Has mandated the construction of certain goods. And dogs are giving birth to puppies. Let's have a look. What is Omaya asking for? 2 more coffins. Good call. Are we auto-making coffins? We are, but it's not in progress at the moment. So let's ask for some more, shall we? You're not hearing any excessive noise. I love it. Yeah, I was, for those people that have turned up a wee while later, I kind of had to restart my stream very early on because one of my fans, 10 minutes into my stream, one of my fans just died and started wobbling. Noise suppression is choice? Awesome. Yeah, I've kind of upset my, my liquid cooler and there's a bit of air in the pump, so it's having a bit of a moment. But hey, that's all good. If you guys can't hear it, I'm a happy lad. The dwarves of the glowing silvers are now quite knowledgeable giant rat trainers. End up peasant back into a weirgilla once again. So, just keeping an eye on how this is going. People have already built it, and we're making rock salt blocks all over the place. So in the middle of this, I might get yet another rock stockpile, but just limit this one to our 2 main blocks. Actually 3 main blocks, isn't it? We'll go for just for the moment. We'll say only rock salt. I think will do us because I really want that floor looking nice in the living quarters. So we come into other stone and we come way down. There's our rock salt. Nice. And we'll make sure we have a good handful of wheelbarrows. And we're even going to go off and create some new wheelbarrows because I think we're running a wee bit low. Make them out of wood. Another 10. Let's make that another 20. I think we have enough wood for that floating around, especially after all that trading. Reach the Baroness. And suddenly Thicket, the weirgilla monster, is transformed back into a dwarf. That's our dwarven clock. If you manage to catch yourself a were creature, pop it somewhere in your fortress and it works really well as a clock. We have one over here. It's a dwarf cage, but every now and again Thicket will come out and become a weirgilla. More steel bars, perfect. We have a lot of steel just lying around. It's great. Here's our bars. 12 iron, 131 gold. Bars. Our steel, 287 steel. Most of that's just lying in a stockpile somewhere. It is just so good. Now, do you reckon we have some limestone? The holes in this fortress floor have been kind of looking at me. We have 178. It's not bad. There we are. Oh, and the last time I checked, good old YouTube was still processing the VOD from yesterday. So, this evening for you, probably very early in the morning. So this evening for me, probably very early in the morning for you. But we should get the VODs up on YouTube. Starting with number 6, which was yesterday's stream. And this one is being recorded, and it'll go up there as well. I'll make sure to update the stream description so you guys can kind of get an access, or at least have an idea where my YouTube channel is. We are very low on limestone. We're gonna have to bully some of these walls again. And another thing I'd like to do is I'd like to put like a little bit of an edge just around this river. I think it might look nice. Because if we look up here at the swimming pool, Bacchus, a shoal seeing being stolen. Whom stole it, huh? We had an artifact lying on the floor, and some thieving individual was like, hey, if that's on the floor, it must be free. A dwarven child nearby, this wrestler. Oh, is it this human part? Buddy. Have you been stealing? Nope. You've got a Moss Agate mug, but you haven't been stealing. I wonder who has taken our artifact. Well, I mean, if it was on the floor, it doesn't matter too much, but still. Actually, you know, we do have a working justice system, so I mean, theft of the urge, of fragility, a human pikeman, 3 people. Where are you? Convict this lad, right now. Nax, the human pikeman. What's the betting Nax not even around anymore? We'll sort by name and see if we can't. Oh, there we go, now we'll sort by name. But let's have a look for Knack. Past our magma crabs. A king consort hanging out? We still don't have any queen or king of our own, but the king consort's hanging out, that's always fun. It looks like that silly sausage is no longer in our fortress. Maybe they've made it out already. Let's have a look down here. We'll come down and see if we can't find Knack in this list. Let's see. There they are. Where are you? Oh, you're just hanging out here? What is Bacchus? What's the bidding? Ah, they've hidden it. They've hidden it. A $5,000 bismuth bronze mace. I'm not sure we even created that one. Look at the sausage trying to sneak around. Are you trying to trade it to this human mercenary? Are you trying to steal the axe? Or the mace? Or are they dancing about? They're rushing about. Was that a handover? Do you still have it? Let's have a look. Oh yeah, they still have it. Oh, they're sprinting. Has there been a handover? No, they still have. So they've stolen something. And they're just kind of holding on to it, just for fun. Why though? They are very much chasing the other little person about. And we should do. Have a captain of the guard. Ruth over here, probably doing some mining right now. Oh, our bookkeeper's missing their office. Ah, that's because our bookkeeper's accidentally in the military. We're gonna have to swap that bookkeeper out actually. The diagnostician. Ah, they're already doing something else. We'll say, Eater. No, they're the mayor. Ah, Locum the Trapper. There you go, Locum. Just having a look, just making sure there's not something weird going on there, because they're being very, very close, that weird thief. People shuffling around. Look at this guy chasing this other person. Ooh, did they just make a handover? They're on the other side of the river. You found me on YouTube to subscribe. Thank you, thank you. I'm just waiting for this lad to hand over this item. Because look, that is some sneaky dealing over there. What are you up to, Pikeman? Oh, and now they're going their separate ways. There it is. There's the handover. Zandir, the human mercenary. Now, I don't think we can arrest that person, can we? Let's see. Theft. So, I think if we attack this person, we might get a bit of a collapsing fortress. Could be wrong though. Ooh, elven diplomats, dwarven children and bone doctors are all fighting. That's because their dwarven child is throwing a tantrum. So I don't know. Could we get away with murdering this visitor? I don't want the force to collapse. I don't know, we might have to let them go. You got their conspirator. But the thief themselves is sneaking away. Well, at least you got to see the thing. And anyway, I think that artifact actually came in from a visitor to the fortress who may have died in the carnage. So it's only fair that someone steals it from the floor and walks off. Oh, Kadol, the ghostly stonecutter, is complaining via violence that they don't really have a place to be remembered. So, do we have any slabs that are dedicated to memorialized dwarves? Let's have a look. Does not seem like it. Oh no, there we go. There's Zon's one. But Kadol needs one as well. So let's get over here. Add a new task. Kadol, are you in this list? Oh, thank you. I really hope that's fixed by the time they release that patch into the main branch. Because, sweet Jesus, that's annoying. Yeah, okay. Fine. We won't look through the list using the search bar. We will scroll down like a normal person. Kadol, I know you're here somewhere. Here's Kadol, the ghost with no slabs. And the merchants will be leaving, that's fine. Baronesses are coming to visit. And the cook is stumbling around, another child. And then they're attacking, apparently, are getting him. Kogan is also a ghost with no slab. Good call. Okay, new task, let's find ourselves a Kogan. They'll be up this list right up here somewhere. Kadol's Kogans. Ah, there we go. Nice. The mayor has ended the mandate. That countess keeps coming back in. It's very, very disturbing. There we go. So, I'm getting the feeling we might be low, not only on malachite, but on rock salt. Now let's see. We might need some more silk actually. So let's get this going. We're gonna lock our safety door. And we'll pull our happy silk lever. Let's have a look at our stocks and see how much rock salt we have. Also, look how quick the stocks are now. Putnam, the absolute wizard. So we're looking, not in the blocks, because we know we've got a lot of blocks, but we want boulders, man. So if we come down, we look for stones. Oh, we got like 400 rock salt. That's fine then. Let's do a little placement. See if we got some blocks, huh? We have like almost 300 rock salt blocks, and we have another 200 rock salt boulders floating about. Not bad. There we go. Look at this Bolton coming along, just this little wee spike off to the left, heading up to Cancel's room. Cancel's old room. Sadly, Cancel the dwarf isn't with us anymore. They passed away during one of our previous skirmishes. Actually, they might have died through one of our massive tantrum spirals we had a wee while back. That was a wee bit ridiculous back then, but hey, it was good fun. Here we go. Oh, you know, I bought myself Path of Acra the other day. So good, man, so good. Really basic sort of, it's like a real stripped down roguelike. But it is really fun. I recommend it, and the music itself, the graphics, the description, and the music all really have really strong Caves of Cad vibes. So if you're looking for like a basic like kind of roguelike that's like, you know, 10 or 20 minutes a run, and you're a fan of Cad, have a look for it, man. Caves of Acra. It is nice. Blind has been playing it like the end of the world. That's where I got the suggestion from myself. I do recommend it though. It's about 20 bucks. There we go. There goes the last of the elves. Another Baroness. Reg once again coming for a visit. And it's raining. Now how are we doing down here? Do we have some happy unicorns strutting about? There's one. 6 years old. Feeling hope after being released from confinement. And where's our other one? So there's all sorts of animals down here, but I'm only seeing one of our unicorns. Sometimes animals come up here, like this black bear, taking it easy. No. Probably I'm tempted to mine that out, just so we can get a bit of walling going on over there. But yeah, I'm not seeing that second unicorn. There is another one somewhere. I'm guessing they're off having an adventure. There's a church. People are going to climb through these branches to chop this open. I love it. Where is unicorn number 2? Such a mystery. Possibly there's a good chance that the unicorn's standing on top of some other animal. Like we have a deer, a cavy, and a dog stacked up down here. So there's a chance there's a unicorn somewhere. Did you steal a bunch of eggs? You did. 11 hen eggs. Nice. Drink sitting about 500. Still pretty low. I wonder where that other unicorn went. Well, I don't want that thing to be starving to death somewhere, so let's have a double check. There's a random weasel, some piggies, troglodytes, various goblins. I think the problem is the unicorn's still stuck in a cage somewhere. So while that's happening, let's get ourselves a bit more training, because we do have some caged visitors. Mini troglodytes, we can't do much with those. But if we come further down, past the 6 billion magma crabs, we have some piggies. So we'll train these, and then we'll butcher them. Get ourselves some meats, a bit of soap as well. And a weasel? Weasels are always fun. So how are we doing up here? See, our silk farm is going ham. We'll give that a bit more time. I want this dog, if possible, to come to this side so we get some more webs down here. Those poor animals, we're treating them so badly up there. Oh, where's this going on? Oh, just down here, that's fine. A little piece of forbidden shell. Getting in the way, it's alright. Now, like what I was saying before, if we come down to here, our swimming pool has some nice diorite around the edge, which is that blue colour. It would be nice to have diorite along here. I don't think there's much difference between limestone and diorite is the problem. So if we look here, and we just try a piece of the old diorite, just to see what happens down here if we pop some in. There's our rose gold goblets, 20 of them, all finished. I wonder, does that mean our steel spikes are doing well? We've made about 17, which isn't bad. Pardon me. Oh, look at that. Rose gold goblets. Any dwarf drinking from one of those is going to have a big smile on their face. Well, you know what we could do? We haven't put up a thing on a pedestal in a while. Let's come over and put one just in here. So we usually like to have some malachite and then a pedestal. So, a bit of malachite up here would be nice, just like that. 133, that's not bad. 386 mudstone, I love it. You can do a little bit of mudstone just for fun. There we go. Man, my kitchen at the moment just smells, but just of only acid. Nothing else but acid. It's weird. I was doing some descaling, just of my coffee machine, and coffee descaling stuff, like it's not just like soapy water or something weird like that. It's actual just like really caustic solutions. So my kitchen just smells like poison. It smells like, you know, death of all biological life. It's some grim stuff, man. There may have been a block put in there, but that's okay. Not a block, a boulder rather. Oh, we're running on a bit of mudstone as well. We'll have to do a lot of mining. And a new petition, just so putting in some flooring. Nanny, Bulwark admired. They'll come in here a few times wanting to live in this place, but each time we turn them down. The barons come to visit. More potash. Someone's become a wrestler, and then look. Migrants. Migrants have arrived despite the danger. We have plenty of rooms, plenty of food. Make your way in. I'm seeing this slowly but surely come together. There's another mandate from our mayor. And the Queen Locum is actually the queen of our civilization, but she doesn't want to move into the fort. I think our fort has a bit of a reputation after our king died, because she's never moved in. She comes to visit, but she's never moved in. People are hauling up rock salt slowly but surely. And hopefully we're making our wheelbarrows nice. We only have one woodcutter's workshop, and it is way up on the surface. Our dwarves are working very hard at the moment. Constructing buildings, playing make-believe. Like honestly, I think probably about a third of our fortress is just children. It's so annoying. And that is my coffee done. But however, I can upgrade to the good old kombucha. Kiwi fruit flavour. I would like our children to do more than just play enough. They're generally mostly in good moods, apart from like one at the moment. Oh no, there's three. 3 angry children. But there's too many of them. There's far too many of them, and most of them are just playing now. And they're still getting upset. So, let's go into our standing orders, go into our chores, and we're going to say, we're going to turn up a few things. Stuff like burial, we don't want children to do. Item hauling and stuff is tempting, right? All this hauling stuff is really tempting, but you got to realize, if you have a corpse stockpile, your children will haul stuff to the corpse stockpile and then just play there. We don't want them cleaning either. Leather, pulling levers is good. Hauling water, doesn't matter. Trade goods, yes. Yeah, it's disabled, but I'm going to turn it back on in a minute. I'm just kind of enabling and disabling stuff here first. So refuse is good, refuse is bad. Furniture is good though. Animal hauling is fine. Trade goods is perfect. Food is wonderful. That should be pretty good. I think we'll turn off stone hauling, just because we don't want our children throwing their backs out as children. That should be pretty nice, I think. We'll set that children do chores now. And hopefully this won't kill our fortress. Upset children cause humongous great ruckuses. Yeah, all our dwarfs are working on this at the moment, which is why we have a bit of backlog of work, but they should get things going shortly enough. Now. Oh, I haven't seen that one. There we go, let's tidy that up. And all that's happening. Do you reckon we have much in the way of our little spikies done? I'm about halfway there, almost halfway there. That is not bad. Our dwarves are working very hard down here. So the goal is, we would like to have a nice big trap-full thing where we can park a dwarf in and just pull a lever on repeat. Probably won't be as fancy as some other little danger rooms people like to set up, but for us it'll do. The other thing we'd like to do is probably, I'm thinking, it might be nice actually, if we build ourselves a fancy bridge. So a bit of a bridge down here. Make sure it raises this way. Something like this would be nice. And we'll make it out of clear glass, just for fun. Human peddler is visiting. Amos has become a weaponsmith. That's always a good sign. Now the other thing, that reminds me actually, if we come up here, I'm fairly certain we do have a guild in progress somewhere that we haven't quite finished. I think it's this place actually. Let's have a look. Oh no, it's done. That's fine then. The Silvery Guild, the Miners Guild Hall. The hall itself is called the Heart of Amethyst. I love it. But what I would like is tables, places for our dwarves to sit about and take it easy. So it's not much of a guild hall if your dwarves can't have a bit of a sit down and a bit of a chat. And some thrones as well. We have no thrones. Listen. Let's get some of these coming in. And we're gonna say, if there's not many thrones, go ham and make some more. Now how are we doing down here? So this is still on the way. It's inactive. Our dwarves are a bit busy to start working on this yet. A lot of them are still building stuff down in the depths below. There we go. And what we'll do in here, we'll get ourselves a bit of a lever. Just down in this corner. We're going to make it out of cinnabar. Red for danger. And on top of that, we're going to build another lever. More of an emergency lever. And we're going to pop this just up here. And we'll put it just at the entrance. We're going to make that out of some sandstone, because it'll look nice. I love it how there's just a naked dwarf standing around this part. What are you doing, man? That's where people go to eat food. You can't be naked in there. Your beard is showing. So it's going to take a wee while for that to get done. In the meantime, what we can do, we can start getting traps coming in. We have 61 menacing steel spikes. And I think 4 will do. I can't remember if the meta is they use spears instead of spikes, but you know, spikes will do. We could even put 1 spear in, just for fun, just in case. There we are. Get this coming in. And this is to tell off any naughty demons, or naughty clowns as it were, that would like to run up and say hello. I'm fairly certain fantastic clowns are trap avoid, so they'll dodge out of the way of weapon traps, but these are triggered manually. And the fantastically snotty demons will have no choice but to get stabbed, at least a little bit. So it'll take our dwarves about 6 years to do, because they're still building that, I almost said rose court, but that rock salt up here is still coming along, slowly but surely. Let's make sure we do a bit of resuming here and there, just on these ones that are suspended. There we go, dwarves are still dashing into work. That is so tasty. A wee bit tart, which is excellent. I recently stopped, well not recently, but about 10 years ago, I stopped eating the odd feijoas. And feijoas are the tastiest fruit in the planet. But I stopped eating them simply because here in New Zealand, we get a lot of guava moths, and guava moths go crazy. Absolutely bananas for feijoas. So every time you kind of have a feijoa, you'd also find just a few moth larvae living inside, having a wonderful time. Let's come down this way, shall we? Because down here, we have this ready to go. So let's clean up these little spots, but what we're looking for. So if we come in here and build ourselves a display, right in the middle. And we have rock salt display cases, but we also have a grown emerald pedestal. We'll pop that in. And just around that, we'll start getting ourselves some vertical bars. We have just enough silver, so it'll match the others, which is nice. Where did that silver go? Oh, way down there now. Thank you. No, we have nowhere near enough silver. I was wrong all the time. We're sneaking a bit of nickel silver around the corner. But no, sorry, it's sterling silver. No. And down there a bit of silver. Oh, actually, we'll cancel that top one, just so our dwarves can kind of, do their job. There we go, barons and baronesses everywhere, coming in to hang out. Still, no nobility of our own, apart from our duke. No queen, no king, nothing. Not a sausage. We had one chance. And we biffed. Well, we didn't biff it, the planter did. It was their fault, not ours. Down here, we're seeing our spikes coming. So these, pretty much, we link these up to a lever, which will be this lever down here. And when you pull that lever, all the spikes go up. If you have someone there told to pull the red lever and repeat, well, then the spikes will go up and down repeatedly, and all the demons and clowns and whatever other silly sausages spilling up from the interesting tunnels below, whatever's standing on them will get very upset very quickly. The infinite mansions have come back wanting to live in the fortress. Our answer is, of course, no. Smoothness Wheel. The Baroness of Smoothness Wheel has come in for a visit. Oh. Why does that upright spikes look so much different? It's very strange. All these others, they look normal. This one here, no. Straight line only. It's completely spooky. I love it forever. Cooks are slipping into depression. There's our wheelbarrows. And Nish, the diplomat, sneaking away into the fortress. Now let's get downstairs a couple of levels, not too deep, just down to here, because I'm getting the feeling that if we were to place, say, some memorials, we might get rid of a few ghosts. Let's see. There's a Cinnabar Memorial to Kadol, and we might have another one in the rock salt department. There we go, there's Kogan. Perfect. Now, even though it's early, I'm gonna just step away from my old computer for just a minute, because I need to use the bathroom. We'll be back with you in a couple of seconds. Enjoy the music in the meantime though. Hello, hello, back again. Animal? Inaccessible. Well, that's worrying. That's one of our black bears. Why is there a black bear outside? It should be far below the earth, and the elven diplomat. Oh no. So what's happening? This elven diplomat is the one that fell down and crashed into a tree. They fell through a fortification and down into the fungus caverns. And what they're doing is they're desperately trying to climb up to get back inside so they're not stuck down in the depths forever. But they'll climb up a little bit and then they'll fall off and slam into the ground again. This poor old heartbroken herbalist trapped by themselves. No one's coming to rescue them. Now, how's this little lever up here? This one's done. Just need to wait for that bridge. That bridge is just down this way. Oh, the bridge is good to go. Well, look at that. Let's grab our lever, link it to our happy wee bridge of safety. And look how nice that glass texture looks. I love that. The elven diplomat is still tumbling down and climbing back up again. Look at this king consorts, baronesses and barons. Now, these are all set up now, which is nice. What I wouldn't mind doing is getting this, just linking this up to these traps here. So it's going to be 2 mechanisms per trap. Oh, hello. The Infinite Mansions have once again come back for another visit, come to play some more music. But Stukos Sharastaran, the potash maker, has come and has been possessed by spooky spirits. And off they trot. So we've missed a couple of spots here, some villainous rocks getting in the way. But while we're waiting for that, let's see, where are we up to here? I think we're up to right here. Oh, we're out of mechanisms. We have a repeating mechanism job somewhere. At least I think we do. Let's double check. There we go. It's on the way. People will be working on it as we speak. Oh. And Stukos has claimed themselves a new stoneworkers workshop. Actually, no, they've grabbed one of the older ones. That's fine. Off you go, bud. Yeah, grab yourself some boulders. There's a few gems around you can use. There's some star sapphires, star rubies. There's some emeralds. A ghostly stonecutter, Kadol, has been put to rest. No more Kadol shenanigans. They are now down in the crypts. So it looks like this lad is trotting around, grabbing what they need. We'll give this some time, come back and check on them every now and again. Oh, and there is Kogan. Kogan is gone, put to rest, and the elven diplomat slips down a cliff, far below the depths, below the surface of the fortress. So below the surface of the earth, there we go. Their cries and their screams for help completely falling on deaf ears, as our dwarves either don't hear them, or just don't care. And over here, people are dyeing bits of cloth, getting us very fancy clothing. Now, let's jump ourselves back down to here. Let's have a look at the status of this, because I would love to be able to get into a bit of the old dark cavern shenanigans. So this is still being linked up. This, however, I think is done now. So this is linked up to the lever above. Sorry, yeah, it is linked up to the lever above. So all we need to do is pull that lever, and we'd be absolutely happy as Larry. Yeah, I've been playing a lot of the old, well not a lot, but I've been playing a little bit of the old Diablo 4. And I think my criticisms for it are about the same as my criticisms for the previous game, Diablo 3. My criticisms for that one are pretty much, a lot of the game doesn't matter. Like, it's designed in such a way that normal everyday monsters don't matter as much. And that wasn't really a thing back in, it's a bit of a choppy up here. Let's clear that out the way. But yeah, that wasn't so much a thing back in Diablo 1 and Diablo 2, where every monster, like sure that there were things you could defeat fairly easily, but they weren't like a cakewalk. You'd have to, stab enemies a good handful of times. You didn't like Diablo 3 either? Yeah, like the endgame of Diablo 3 was nice, but all the story was terrible. All the basic gameplay was an absolute disappointment in my books. You thought 3 was okay, but you got bored pretty quick? Yeah. Like 4 is okay, it's certainly not worth what they're charging for it. Here comes that tree. It should not collapse anywhere horribly. We should be fine. There we go. Nice. But yeah, I don't know, it's like, it's sort of stuff like that gets me, is stuff like your normal attacks. And this was the same for the previous game and the current game. But your normal everyday stab an enemy with a weapon attack does almost no damage. So you'd never use it. You'd never like just run up and left click on someone until they fall over. Which doesn't sound like much, but if everything you do is super magical attack, then it kind of feels like nothingness. I don't know. Maybe it's just not the sort of game for me. Oh, I keep doing that, it's so dumb. BNL is the key combination to place a wall. I should be typing church into here. There we go. So we can see it. Next one is down that way. So we'll send a bit of mining down here. We're just kind of shoring this up because this is very tall. And we would love it to be nice and safe for our animals down there. Especially now that we've got unicorns running around. There's a whole bunch more rock shots just been finished. D2 was ridiculously fun and had the right amount of grind and skill. D2 when you beat it just felt relief that you didn't have a reason to play it anymore. Yeah. It's I don't know. It just seems a lot of the new Diablo games are all about only grinding. Grind to get the next unlock, grind to get the next visual thing. And not so much. Yeah, it's all about that kind of like getting the next unlock basically. It's not so much about the journey of the game. You're not walking through some random field, fighting zombies and stuff and being like, yeah, this is pretty fun. You're kind of like just running through the field, ignoring the zombies because there's no point fighting them, sprinting off to the next curve at Mark 5. I don't know, maybe my opinion of the game will change at some point, but I don't know. I'm just in the same boat as you, Scooty, where it's like I'm kind of looking forward to being done with the game so I can say I've got my money worth out of it and I can uninstall it to clear up hard drive space. Although I've got to say though, the visual design of it looks amazing. It's just a pity the gameplay wasn't as good as what I was hoping. How are we doing over here? Are we wheeling over bits of rock? Yeah, look at that. 2 of them working hard. Now I did see a little notice that we have a little bit of pink rock lying around. So maybe we can slap in a little bit more of this if we're lucky. There's our rock salt. 430. Yeah, see, now that we have all those extra workshops, we just churn through that stuff. There we go. Scooty, still salty about his dancing skeleton emote. Too sexual for Twitch. Just the ridiculousness of Twitch's decisions makes me laugh, man. Oh snap, you got instant upload? Nice! That bony booty do be moving though. Mm-hmm. There we go. Should call it the bone zone. Oh man. It reminds me of what's his name? Varg Skeletor? Vinesource Joel? That dude loves the skeletons, man. Like, he's even written metal songs about the bone zone. It's great. But yeah, Scooty, how are you finding the new place, man? I hope it's treating you well up there. A new move is always a bit of a hassle. There we go. There's a patch more flooring. Kakapo is fighting. Who's a Kakapo? Oh. A flying bismuth bronze bolt strokes the Kakapo in the upper body, tearing the muscle and shattering the right true rib. That's what's happening to the Kakapo. You're getting on pretty well up there? Nice. That's good, man. It's like every time I buy like a piece of furniture in my current flat, my brain's always like, now, trying to get this out of this flat will be an absolute hassle when I move out. But nah. Just pay for movers or something, I suppose. Now let's get our little wee lumps of chert going. There we go. Now let's also hurt these trees down here. It's going to be easier if I just replace that with some chert blocks, I think. Movies were absolute game changers. It helps so much having professional help. Oh man, yeah, I've got to go for that. Like, I kind of live at the end of like this really long pathway that climbs up this massive hill. So hauling furniture up and down there when I moved into this place was devastating, man. I was so sore by the end of it. So 100% I'm going to go for movers next up. Do we have 2 unicorns down here yet? Or are dwarves too busy to bring the other one in? I'm seeing our owls and our horses. I'm seeing 1 unicorn. Oh no, there we go. Here's the 2 of them. 5 years old. Low stamina, recovers slowly, and very clumsy. I'm so glad I can afford that kind of luxury. Yeah, not too many people in New Zealand get that sort of stuff. Sadly. Things are getting mighty expensive up here, especially in regards to housing and stuff. We've got a lot of these linked up now. Not necessarily all of them, but a lot. Let's keep linking. Sure, we'll have some mechanisms at some point. And again. There we go. So we've got probably about 1/3 of them linked up. We can start having a bit of a look for these goodies. It'll be down here somewhere. So we'll send in this pathway a little bit more further forward. And I think we'll just kind of curve around just a wee bit, just like this. We'll see what that gets us. Probably not too much, but we'll start digging down shortly. Doing a bit of channeling. Our plants are bottoming out. Our drinks aren't too bad, but I would like to grab some more. So we'll just like come up here and we'll just see if we can't snag a little bit of goodies on the surface. There's nothing much up here though. There we go, there's a wee bit. Like, we have plenty of seeds. It's just our dwarves are so busy they don't have time to do a lot of planting at the moment. So... now, down here, I'm just going to have a double check of how our graveyards are doing. Let's try coming down again. There we go. We have those mined out, but if we look in here, these haven't been claimed yet, which tells me we're doing pretty good. Oh, there's our warm stone. Just over here, which tells me, I'm thinking we might be just above that little pillar, which is nice. Over this way the dwarves will keep mining around, but we're going to start channeling down around here once they're finished up on that side. More warm stone. Yeah, we've got to be close. Now, if you wanted to be fancy and kind of tease the game a little, you could put glass flooring down here and it'd show you if there's any monsters below it. But, because we like taking humongous titanic risks in this fortress, we won't be doing that. We'll just be channeling. Just for fun. And that'll get us all sorts of yummy goodies and gems and stuff. And sometimes demons, just for fun. Down here, hey, our dwarves have worked pretty hard on this stuff. Most of this floor is coming together now. We have a few little yucky spots here and there, but it's not too bad. Gotta say, I still love those little fishies. Our Baron is living in style, man. That is getting a bit of a worry. That dwarven child will end up starting a quick ride if they're not careful. Oh, we got some miasma. Who is causing a bit of a yuck smell around here in this fortress? Ah, what's happened is some stupid cat has killed a rat and left it in the doorway, propping the door open and letting clouds of miasma seep out of the corpse stockpile over here and waft all about the fortress. That child is causing more ruckus. Yep, it's Law who is fighting everyone else. Bruising muscles, mangling fingers, injuring every nearby dwarf and visitor that they can get their hands on. Tidy up a bit of that cancelled stuff down there. Now, how are we doing down here? So this has been mined out, so I'm thinking. So these probably won't be a brown magma, I think they'll be just above it. So if we look at the shape of this, we can tell that just up here is a good spot to start channeling. So if we kind of mine that out a wee bit over here, just to widen this up a wee bit. And then we do a bit of a channel, just down there like that. That should get us something nice and fancy. And a miner has given birth to a girl, very nice. And at the same time, Einef was throwing a dwarven tantrum. We're up to 18 angry dwarfs now. It kind of fluctuates around that number, it's not the end of the world. We still do have a good amount of happy ones. Oh, there we go, the elven diplomat once again suffering severe injuries. The diplomat's right upper arm takes the full force of the impact, but it is deflected by the rope red dress. They have very strong clothes, this elven diplomat. Still seriously injured though. Completely covered in water. I love it. Hey, a human caravan's just turned up, bringing in 2 full wagons. They are keen for more dwarven food. 3 wagons now. And also look at the state of the wagons. I like to point it out every time I see them. They just look so amazing. Best sprite in the game confirmed. Also 4 wagons now. That's crazy. Oh, there's some warm stone. Yeah, we're just above that pillar, I think. Ooh. We checked that stone for heat. What devilry is this? Would have been just down here somewhere. We have some rough black diamonds. The value is 316, it's not even cut yet. Snack wagons incoming. E2, the mayor, has been re-elected. Now let's get in a little bit of the old snack barrels. We have some barrels. Nothing too major though. One of the problems we're facing at the moment. Ooh, that's quite nice. Dwarven syrup roasts, ginkgo seeds, and more dwarven syrup. We'll bring that in. But one of the problems we're facing is our new broker, their appraisal was so terrible that we don't really know what a lot of the value for a lot of our stuff is. So it could be 2,000, it could be 10,000. Ooh, lots of mill in that barrel apparently. 3 items, valley herbs, asparagus roasts, potato roasts as well. Snag one of those. But if we want the real value, ooh, there's 9,000. 51 dwarven syrups. We'll bring that up just for fun. But like I was saying, the real value isn't in the barrels. Okay, apart from maybe that one, which is more dwarven syrup, we'll bring that one up. But the fancy stuff, if we come down here into the tools, and we start looking at the large pots, that is over 5,000 in value, which is as high as our dwarf can count apparently. Reindeer cheese, spinach leaf. We do have some in here that are worth tens of thousands. Sadly, we can't tell which one because, like I was saying, our trader is a wee bit bored. But we'll get that one in as well. That'll be a good enough value to buy up most of those wagons, I think, if we're lucky. There we are, the merchants are arriving. Just parking up their wagons, loading up their goods. Over they trot. I see someone's left, someone's goblin right hand. It's lying on the floor. Next to him, steel mace that it was probably holding. Human bards have come in. And Abba has shared many tales beyond Castlepeak. 4 more items before we're ready with that. While we're waiting for that, let's come down here and have a look at our goodies. Lots of water in here, Jesus. Someone's gonna come in and snag those diamonds shortly. We're just gonna make sure that this won't breach into the magma. Shouldn't do, we should be fine. See if you can't snag a little bit more of that flooring there. Baroness of Shank Saber is visiting. Shank Saber. That sounds a little bit like it might be a goblin civilization that was captured by the dwarves. The humans are still unloading their stuff, they're just bringing in their last animal as we speak. If we're lucky, they'll bring some black bears with them. Stray weasels causing a ruckus. Here we go, let's get our broker in. They're having a chat, so they won't be far away. More cloth has been dyed, there we go. And they're ready to trade. Oh, they're still unloading? Well, fine. Oh yeah, they're still bringing in an animal. No, yeah, sure, take your time, you snots. 3 wagons, and I think that's probably what, 3 or 4 pack animals as well. Are we good yet? Nah. There we go. So, 8,000 value for a barrel of food. I love it. So they brought in some bars. We'll grab some sterling silver and a piece of bronze just for fun. Some cat gems, we can do without those things. Past the clay. We'll grab some logs, because logs are always welcome here. Past the various children's toys, and here's the good stuff. Now, we really want some more black bears, because they are very good for breeding. Oh, grizzly bear, don't mind if I do. War grizzly bears are fun. They brought in a grackle. Grackles sound cool, but they're just birds, I think. Peacocks, llamas. Oh, no black bears. Heartbreaking. Let's see, cabibors, a ram. We'll have a bit of a ram, why not? There's some water buffalo, reindeer bulls. Don't think we have any reindeer. Well, snakes and barrels. Let's see, they've brought in some weaponry. Nothing too amazing. What else do they have? All the clothing is large only. We have a handful of humans living here, but not enough that I really want to bother too much with that. They've brought in some seeds. We don't really need the seeds anymore. Figurines, claystone amulets, scepters, black bronze scepter. Thank you. That sounds fancy. See, earrings, large gems, a bracelet, a chiropractor's bracelet. Nice. Handful of anvils, some meats. Meats of various types. Prepared beetle brain. See, they brought some plants. We could do with a handful of plants, so why not? See, leaves and fruit, some thread, various greaves and whatnot. But if we keep coming down, first off, let's help ourselves to a wee bit of cheese here. A bit further down, a schist altar. Almost good enough. We'll grab some sheets, because I am lazy. So we owe them about 5,000. All those wagons, and they haven't really bought too much. Well, I suppose we'll just buy every animal they have. Let's see, there's not a lot going on in here though. Chains, flasks, various musical instruments. Some children's toys, nothing to write home about though, really. Barrels and buckets, war hammers, bows, lowbirds, large capes. I wish if our dwarves could make normal sized dwarven capes, I'd be a happy lad. Let's see. I don't think we need the meat at the moment. But hey, we did get a good bit of stuff. 8,000 value, that's fine. 1 barrel, 2 barrels, and there you go. We'll even throw in a spare bonus cheap barrel, just for fun. Ah, wonderful, says Sitcath. Thank you for your business. There we go, send our trader back home. And there's a bit more limonite as well. And this is 1s and 2s, which means it's going to start evaporating eventually, which is nice. Look at all those gems. We've got star rubies, yellow diamonds, star sapphires, and if we're really lucky, we'll also get a handful of demons. Channel back there as well. Make sure that's moving on. Getting more masterpieces cooked. Our dwarves are just doing so amazingly. However, I think for the moment, I am going to need to step away again. I know it's only been a short time, but my coffee is empty. You know I'd like a refill. So I'll pop you back into BRB mode. In the meantime, have a nice wee listen to that music, and I'll be back with you in just a jiffy. Oh, also, there's a fire downstairs in the depths of the cabins. Apparently the magma was really warm. Careful, down. But yeah, I'll be back in a jiffy. It doesn't take long for me to make myself a coffee, and I'll see you very shortly. Hey, hello, hello. Back again. Now, where were we? That's right, we were watching dwarfs dig big holes in the ground and getting a bit nervous about impending magma shenanigans. And be careful now. Oh. Rough rubies are feeling a bit thirsty. I love it how there's a little symbol on it, like someone's just gonna reach into the magma and snag it. Oh, here we go. Steam, warm, damp, rough-hewn obsidian wall. It's because we're getting a little bit of... Oh, dwarves are taking big risks now. Watch out for that steam, you. I saw that shortcut in there. Someone's created a masterpiece radish plant roast. Masterpiece radish plants? I don't know, man. I'm not sure you can actually get radish to taste quite that nice. So, we're seeing little bits of magma everywhere, but I am still keen for more jammies. Let's make sure our traders are going home. Yep, that's perfect. Now if we have a look in our pets and livestock menu, and we start scrolling down, past the stray doggies, we're looking for stuff that doesn't say domesticated. So the stray giant rat, for example, we do like the stray giant rat, we want them to hang out, so we'll leave that then be. There's our doggy that's getting us some webs at the moment. Past our black bear, past our bear, and our kakapo. We love ourselves some kakapos, so we'll leave that kakapo be. We have a stray weasel living down in the depths, we'll leave them alone as well. But further down, wild boars. Wild boars are also known as dinner and soap. Looks like we've got a turkey sitting in a cage somewhere. Lots of stuff down here. So some of the stuff we don't really want, like camels and stuff, and the reindeer. We have a couple of llamas going on. We'll keep those around because we can turn those into a little bit of cloth occasionally. There's our two wonderful stray unicorns. And 100,000 alms and rats. We have that lying around because dwarves, I think, I could be wrong, but I'm fairly certain when dwarves want to wander, I think if you give them the job to catch a live land animal, they'll get a bit happy. But the status of asked, trade murdered. That is very terrifying. We're going to deny them. There's already enough murder and destruction in this fortress. We don't need more. 1,100 drinks. Our dwarves are doing very well now. Nope, an elf is having a swim. Hey, there we go. We have found ourselves some raw adamantine. Praise the miners. Where'd we find this? Oh, just down there? We've cracked into lots and lots of magma, apparently. Oh no, look at that. I wonder if we've lost someone. Here comes the magma. Burning up all the spare, very precious gems everywhere. And evaporating the tiny wee spats of water. And this poor dwarf over here is stuck. So we're just going to mine them a little pathway. It's alright, they'll be able to make their way through. Oh, dwarves are being sad about sand. I think we have plenty of glass, I'm not too concerned. There's the amount of webs I was hoping to see. Right, let's pull this lever. Get this lad sealed away again. And there's some mates coming in. Yeah, but I was thinking, maybe next stream, because we'll be doing a stream tomorrow, and maybe next stream we might start a new fortress in the same world as this one. Something I've been thinking about, but if you guys would rather I stick around with this fortress, definitely let me know. More drinks incoming, that's what we like to see. Ooh, I saw a very hungry animal up there for a second. Let's make sure everybody who can be in here is in here. Just to kind of avoid starvation. There's a two-humped camel. I think they're going off to get slaughtered, so that's fine. I'm talking more up here. Look at these, 2 pets. And someone's cow. Amidst the billions of puppies, we do have some stray piggies. I think they're on the way to getting butchered though. We got some drakes, some more doggies, just in case we run out. The wild boar sow is fighting. There we go. There's a bit more slaughtering going on. A dwarven child has gone stark raving mad. I forgot we had a mood on going. Well, that's one less child in the fortress, sadly. Now, Let's see. Ooh, Scudpunk's coming in with a raid. Welcome, raiders. Hope you guys are having a nice time over in Scudpunk's channel. If we have any modded raiders about, could we do a bit of a shouty outy for good old Scudpunk? And Scudpunk dropping a follow as well, thank you so much. I'm guessing you might have been streaming a little bit of the good old Dwarf Fortress. A little bit of shale down there in the tombs. Let me give you a manual shout out. I think our mods are taking it easy, which is fine. 300 of hours of Dwarf Fortress in the last month. Oh mate, I love it. Man, that must have been some humongous great adventuring. Now let's see. I'm just having a nice wee eye on this little situation down here. Oh, see that smoke? That tells me. Oh no, I was saying, usually when you have this smoke there's a burning dwarf, but no, this. Rough black diamonds have caught fire. These will burn for a long time. Man, that's so much magma. This is why it's always good to channel. Let's channel up there a wee bit. Our dwarves will have some problem with some smoke down there, but that's okay. Now, that is so much stone we've put on this floor so far. So we'll give our dwarves a little bit of a break from flooring. When they do it, it like kind of takes all their effort and time. Which is why it takes so long for everything else to get finished, but that's not too bad. Now, other things we could do. Ooh, what's all that? Tower cap caps that are somewhat black for some reason. I think because there's so much water on them, they're starting to glitch out a wee bit. But yeah, we're slowly but surely flooding these caverns. It's a little bit scary because like the water's like just a handful of levels below us now. Ooh, there we go. This is what it's good to see. Deep within this strange place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. Oh man. And we've struck some blue diamond. Nice. And some star sapphires. And here is the artifact. Look at that value. 40,000 approximately. And it's called Idzul Fikod. This is a crescent glowing metal halberd. All craft dwarfship is of the highest quality. It's coated with water. Crescent halberd. Man oh man, that is not bad at all. Actually, what we can do, it's just up here. I wouldn't mind having a little weapon stockpile, maybe just over this side. Just so we have a place to store our fancy and nice looking weapons, rather than just leaving them in, you know, sitting in the forge forever. But that's pretty good though. We've got blue diamonds, star sapphires. Blue diamonds, I love it. And this is a nice big open area, which tells me a load of this would be good for channeling. We are getting a bit of heat there, which tells me, yeah, there's magma just below it, but that's fine. Our choirs have been completed. That means our dwarves are making so many books right now. Now, talking about silk. Ah, this is slammed shut. So this little beastie is tucked away. We can unlock this and get so much silk. And Potash Maker's gone berserk. Is that another failed mood? Must be. We've been treating our dwarves pretty badly this stream. It's alright though. That's why we have so many of them. Oh, an elven poet has passed away. Burnt to a crisp. Caught by magma. Nearby, a potash maker limps on past. A dwarven child has been found dead. Inside of the magma. I'm guessing someone jumped in the magma during a fit of anger. And accidentally slaughtered a dwarven poet along the way. Population is down to 190 now. Still not too bad. Still not too upset with that at all, really. So hopefully someone's going to come down and pop away these diamonds. We do have a fire snake having a swim over there. Now if we come down to our Gemma's Workers Workshop, which I think is floating about here somewhere. There we are. We have a Jeweler's Workshop. Ooh, the potash maker has bled to death. This is worrying. Are we having a bit of a riot? An elf poet, a gem cutter and a potash maker are all fighting. I think it's because we had that potash maker go berserk. We should be calming down though. What are you up to? Oh, you're collecting. Why are you collecting sand from way down here? It's very strange. And I see down here this little collection of magma is slowly but surely evaporating, which is very nice. Man, I've been doing so much drawing the past few days. It's such a relaxing thing just to sit there, just have a nice draw. I haven't really completed anything, no big fancy artworks from me, but it is still nice. Just sort of to relax and enjoy yourself like that. Now I think we should be fine to channel upwards. I think, if we're lucky, we will be. Monom the Bard is coming to visit. Hunters are hunted, getting us some more boar meat, which will get us even more soap as well, which is nice. Trying to cool down my coffee desperately. Extremely warm, burning my fingers through the mug. Now, let's see. What other shenanigans could we get up to in this fortress? This is definitely, I think, the last stream for this fortress. We've only been going a couple of hours, so we might even have time to start the new fortress up this stream. Unless the Forgotten Beast, Elkur, has anything to say about it. A huge blob composed of salt. It has wings and undulates rhythmically. Beware its webs. And as we all know, Forgotten Beasts with webs are one of the big fortress killers. It is down here where it can't reach our fortress, which is very fortunate. It however can reach this very sad giant mole. There's a few Forgotten Beasts wandering down here. We'll leave them to their business. Now, that's the button I was looking for. I'm keen to get some jammies from down here, man. So a nice bit of channeling up this way, shall we? There we go. Keep that nice round aesthetic that we've got going on. Gotta say, I really like how that clear glass bridge is looking. We're gonna have to do more of those in the future, I think. Dwarves are coming up, mining away. Did you fall in the water? You did. That's a bit silly. You know you have no job. Are you a bit stuck down there, buddy? Come on now, look after yourself, buddy. Someone else has fallen in? Yep. That's Dwarf Fortress. 100%. Oh, looks like the merchants from Mong Meta will be leaving. A peasant has been missing for a week. Is that the peasant that fell into the magma? It might be. We did have a little bit of that drama. We lost about 5 people very quickly. Dude, this is unbelievable. Hello, Vinhugger. How are you going? Hope you've been having a nice day. Oh snap, Scudpunk subscribing with a prime. Cheers, buddy. That's so appreciated. That's awesome, man. peasant has transformed back into the Weregill. We have them stuck up in our little cage here, up in our tavern. And the metalsmith has been missing for a week, fallen into the magma below our fortress. We're keeping an eye on this down here. By the way, this is where all our dwarves died. A bunch of people dodged into the magma and burnt away. Oh, one of them was our military. Look at all that steel stuff they had on them. Oh no. Yeah. Position 9. We'll scroll down. Which unlucky side. Oh, we've got a novice hammer dwarf down here. And even better, we're a competent swords dwarf. In you come. And how about down here? Nothing's been lost from down there. That's alright then. Let's actually check out this armor. Just make sure everyone's equipped properly. Yeah, we're not looking too bad. And this other one? Yeah, I'll allow it. Yes, but the real thing we're looking at, over here, we're slowly making our way into the depths of this stuff. We can see far down below us, amidst the star sapphires and the emeralds. If we keep looking down, we'll start seeing a very interesting blue rock, raw adamantine. So we're making our way down there. A dwarven child is stumbling about. Oh, our dwarves can't reach that stuff at all. Sorry dwarves, there you go. The Baroness of Shanksave has come back to the fortress again. Our captured Weregill monster is back into a dwarf again. Full moon is over. Our dwarfs can relax again. And a new petition. We haven't had one of these in a while. And this is from Dumas Bloodnet. They wish to join the Glowing Silvers as a citizen of Castlepeak. We'll approve that. Welcome in. More lavish meals. Let's get down here a wee bit. Make sure our walls are coming up in this place. Seal that up. And as we watch millions of cats thunder through. There's our church there. And a little bit more down there. So the cool thing about this is if we keep these walls up really nice and high, we'll have a very safe place to grow trees, which will be very good. Unicorns. One day they'll make us babies. And our dwarves will have unicorn soap, unicorn bone amulets, and unicorn horn necklaces. And we've got some more sand. And the Duke has ended the mandate. One day we'll have a king or a queen in here once again. Oh, our bookkeeper! Snap, I forgot to give them their office. That's our manager's room. Now bookkeeper, where are you? They'll be around here somewhere. There's a bedroom. There we go. Here's our bookkeeper's office. Here you go, buddy. And the Baroness, Reg, has come to visit. How we doing down here, amidst all the goodies? Our dwarves keep getting a bit swamped by that water. There we go. And it's too deep for our dwarves to go in and get those remaining few gems, including the star sapphires and the clear diamonds. And some more migrants wandering cautiously towards the fortress, aware of the dangers but coming in anyway. All the value in this fort is still attracting them slowly but surely. Yeah, they're coming on down. We're still seeing the smoke coming up from this burning black diamond here. It's gonna take a long time for that thing to die, so it'll be in for a very, very huge amount of time. And somewhere down in here, it's a very fancy weapon. I wonder what happened to it. Oh, Bodhi, scaled chanted. I'm sorry, Bodhi, that's not a good enough name. And Sazir, the ghost, has risen and is haunting the fortress. Right, let's get up to our industry, put in an order for a slab, and we'll find Sazir. Sazir, you'll be down here somewhere, I'm certain. Sazir, there we go. There we go, we're slowly but surely digging through this stuff. I see our dwarves are just starting to do a little bit more channeling. We'll actually mine out around the edge of this, just to make it easier on these lads. There's a new petition. Toulon, priced attic. Tempting, but no. We have so many musicians. Let me tell you, man, we have so many musicians, it's ridiculous. Look down here, all of that. We have almost more musicians than we have children. Oh. I was worried for a second then that we're having very low frame rate, but no, I think dwarves are just carrying stuff, yeah, hauling around limonite, even though the stonecrafter should be training. But oh well. Someone's created a masterpiece, Aslet Jump Season, the primitive furs, forest titan silk cloth. Now I wonder, do you reckon we can get a few more weapon traps going on down here in the depths? Well, not weapon traps, but you know, nice big spiky lads. Well, half of those aren't even linked up. I completely forgot about that. This one right there. Yeah, we're missing just the last three handful of these. So let's get these linked up. And all that's happening. There we go. Let's also build ourselves some more traps. Some more spikes. We have 37 left. So I mean, why not? There we go. You can have it up to 10. I find 10 is kind of overkill, and it kind of puts all your eggs in one basket weapon trap wise. So I'm guessing the same should be pretty much the same for steel spikes. I hardly ever use them. There we go. More golden book bindings for more golden books. Sadly, our dwarves did not find any cool necromancer stuff, but that's okay. Oh, we're just gonna leave this island alone? That's a bit lazy, dwarves. Yep. Although, apparently it's shallow enough that our dwarves are going in and mining the stuff from the level below now. Very nice, dwarves. 10 out of 10. So yeah, our next fortress, I can actually show you where we're going to put it, because if we're lucky, or we should be lucky, we shouldn't have any more glitches, but if we look over here, this landmass is completely inaccessible, and it has huge mountains, a big human civ, look at that, human civ, dwarven civ over there, heaps of goblins over here, but, oh, did not have enough time to mute the microphone, sorry, but it's inaccessible from this other place. These two are completely separate. So our next fortress, I would like to be right there in the Sea of Iron, so we can link these two land masses. Should be pretty good. Here we go, dwarves are somewhat still working on this. It might be a little bit too difficult for them to reach up to that stuff now, but that's okay. We'll leave the rest of that stuff as is. And so there's a bit of magma to the north. Should we have a look what that magma looks like? And sure, we might waste a whole bunch of gems, but that's okay. All plans have been milled. The Baroness of Shank Sabre has come to visit. Let's see, we've cooked more masterpieces, which is good because shortly, the next season, we'll have the dwarves coming up. Hey, Transfem, hello. Welcome in. Have you been having a nice day? Now these lads up here, with Shirost and Mebza, I wonder if anyone's going to use that very fancy weapon we have. Oh, people are loading spikes into these spike traps down here. Perfect. But if we come over this way... Oh! I forgot to put the stockpile in. There we go. And that is just for weapons. And we'll make sure, yep, it has enough bins. Perfect. Now see, we have a powerfully forbidden shoe down here, amongst some other clothing. Oh, there we go. Just let our dwarves tidy that away. And people are sparring, there we are. The best way to train your dwarves these days is sparring. So getting a couple of lads having a spar is fantastic. There's some more cut gems, and some of those will be emeralds and diamonds and sapphires, if we're lucky. Black Diamonds still having the worst day of their life. But yeah, if we come up to over here, and we come to our little wee gem depot, which I think is just up here, there we go. Now if we're lucky, rough red diamonds are being cut, nice. Tapered, baguette cut, red diamonds. Not bad. You really ought to be asleep, but awake out you will remain. Oh man. Fair enough. And our militia captain is going attached to a steel short sword. Nice. Now over this way. Ah, this has been mined out. Good. Let's do a bit of channeling. Just making sure to leave a little bit of a walkable perimeter around the edge there. Let's see. We're running low on plant cloth. Made some ash though, which is always nice. That is going to be eventually some more glass for us. And we have so much clear glass anyway. It's ridiculous. Now, oh, you know what we could do? We just saw our graveyard blast past us, Mark 5. Let's pop in. Just a couple of more, you know, fancy slabs. We should have some floating around that have memorials carved into the front of them. There we go, Caesar, right there. And this is a memorial to Cadol. Let's have a look at Cadol's memorial. This is a Cinnabar memorial to Cadol. The slab reads in memory of Cadol, born back in 51, bled to death, slain by the forgotten beast, near light coast of the lustful ghoul, with a giant cave spider silk dress. In the rampage of the forgotten beast near in Castlepeak in the year 107, creator of the geared bone, devoted father, lover of the fence of morals. More gems are being cut. Oh man, I'm getting hyped for my my monitor now. I still haven't even placed the order. I've been umming and ahhing about it, because nothing gets shipped until Monday anyway, which is tomorrow for me. Oh snap! Our pump operator is in prison. I was confined. I'm so terribly lonely. Although this is a very high quality prison, so she should be pretty happy. Like, we could make it so people would come in here, like turn this into a meeting area as well, so people will come in and visit. But when you get people in here that tantrum, they will start beating the absolute snot out of everything and everyone around them. Ooh, forgotten beasts are fighting each other. Actually no, one of them has broken into the staircase. That's a worry. They shouldn't be able to pass to us too easily, so I'm not too concerned. I think this lad here is just taking it easy after killing that other monster. Yeah, killed Eker, the forgotten beast, and 31 other kills, bug bats, crundles, trolls, and hungry heads. That beast knows nothing but violence, and the human bard Adpa has shared some more rumours for the fortress. The ghost, Caesar, being put to rest, very nice. And we even have some bunnies now. And that is so much water in there now. It's going to slowly but surely evaporate. So you see that's all diorite? That's the edge, the upper edge of our little wee spire. You can see it extends over this way a wee bit, so I'm tempted just to kind of start pushing this over here just a little bit more. There we go. It started raining, people are cooking masterpieces, people are sparring. And the reason why I'm widening this out is we want this water kind of out of the way, out of our hair, so we can start enjoying the next layer down. Now we could build ourselves a nice big empty space over here actually, and just pump water into it. That'd be cool. Something like this. We'll make it nice and big so the water has a little bit of a chance to evaporate. A poet called Ustuth is throwing a tantrum, getting ready to cause all sorts of brutalities and upset many more dwarfs. Perfect. We're down to 15 by the way. 15 angry dwarfs. It's not bad. We are pretty much swinging thoroughly towards a happy fortress once again. Mostly because all our angry dwarfs are pretty much dying all the time. There we go, 1s and 2s, that's what we like to see. And some green diamonds. Ruby clusters. Yellow diamonds. All sorts of gemmies just left lying in the walls, waiting for us to enjoy. So what we're going to put here is a pump. Oh, hello, our butcher's been possessed. Will we screw up this artifact? Will I forget that this dwarf is making an artifact and leave them to die? More than likely. It's happened a few times now. Oh, do you reckon we have some thrones? We probably do, right? Yeah, look at that. Some chalk ones, some chert ones. Putting a couple of Gabriel ones down here. There's various ones really. We can just say use closest material. It'll be fine. That'll let our dwarves, our miners who like to hang out in the guild, come over here and just take it easy. And one thing we're going to do, which I keep forgetting about, citizens and long-term residents can hang out in this place. That should be already set up like that. Yes. And you, the fragrances. It's a guild of buttering, the cook's guild actually. And over here, the cloud of avalanches, same thing. There we go. Ooh, now that's nice. Whoever's claimed themselves a magma forge. Buddy, grab some steel or some rose gold. What did I grab? What's their base item? Copper. Damn it. Oh well. These things happen, I suppose. Over here, this is not too bad. It'll slowly but surely start evaporating. Those number 2s are a wee bit annoying, but it's alright. So this has been mined out, so let's build ourselves a pump stack if we're lucky. Well, we don't even need a pump stack, but just one screw pump. If we're lucky, we'll have everything we need. So pipe it here. Oh, we need a pipe section. Alright. Let's just make it out of wood, just for fun. A wooden pipe section, there we go. And we'll let 10 of those happen. The bearing consort of Fate Gold is visiting. Fate Gold. That is an awesome, awesome name for a fortress. I mean, Castlepeak is nice. Let's see. This whole rock mechanism's coming together. A dwarven child. A law this time. Throwing yet another tantrum. The dwarven child is actually taking our legendary gem cutter. Could you not please? We need our gem cutter to make us gems. There's the one I was looking for. So it shouldn't take us too long to get ourselves what we need for a pump. Pump to the north. And do we have enough? No. We still need that pipe section. Listen, dwarfs. I'll be very, very happy if you did it. Our manager still hasn't even okayed it yet. Listen, manager, you snot. What do you do? Wait, is our manager dead? Is that our problem? No, we've got a manager. It's Nil. I think Nil might be taking it easy at the moment. Let's have a look. Nil, are you in this list? Are you working hard right now, Nil? Nil is... No, they're doing their best. They're managing work orders. I think they're on the way to the office right now. Oh, Silent Cry the Lich is still alive. Nice. I was wondering about that. Axe dwarfs and sword dwarfs aspiring. Gem cutters still fighting. Desperately trying to get away from an angry child who's beating them. Beating them and beating them. Now. That's what I like to see. All that rock salt, our dwarves will be churning through that stuff. At least they would be, if we hadn't already made 100 billion rock salt things. It's probably why we made so many so quickly. Let's get some more rock blocks. We'll come down here, and we'll say, make them out of rock salt. And we're going to ask for maybe about 500. There we go. Up and over here, I see that water's been okayed. Someone's already coming up to work on it. Ooh, hello. A dwarven child has been found dead, dehydrated. From a failed mood, they stopped drinking, they stopped thinking or even caring, and eventually they passed away. But the better news is early autumn now, which means the dwarves will start coming towards us, getting ready to do a bit of trading. Here we go, nice quick save. Now there's plenty of space for that child to be buried, so it's not too bad. A scholar has come to visit. Autumn has come. Now dwarves are working away very hard. Now, as soon as we get that pump, I'm going to be so happy. Oh. No, we still need the pipe section. Apparently we have a giant corkscrew already, which is news to me, but alright. Let's ask for a clear glass corkscrew just to be sure we have one. Scroll rollers, armor stands. Ooh, a whole force of darkness has arrived, seeking a parley. Listen, there's our corkscrew. We'll get our dwarfs to work on that as soon as they can. But goblins have arrived. We'll let them pile into the map. It's not a whole heap of them. This is us playing on hard difficulty. There's a little blob. There we go. And a thief. A kobold has arrived. Ooh, that's a problem. Forgotten beast. Might be attacking one of our dwarves. Oh no, just two forgotten beasts fighting each other. I just saw the bookkeeper was fighting. The flying, Sekos, Dev Strength, the Oceanic Shadows, Forgotten Beast Extract misses the bookkeeper. Oh, it must have fallen down the well. I love that. Yeah, because he's there. He's just been spitting down at this little lump of sand. Perfect. Now, let's tell our dwarves to rush inside. Because the menace has come. Quickly, dwarves. Come inside, or have no job and stand outside. That's fine too. Yeah, go on, in you come. Don't worry about the kakapos. Just get inside where it's nice and safe. We're going to also pull this lever. So a lot of our dwarves will be rushing out and ignoring the orders to come inside. Which is annoying, but mostly unavoidable, really. Until we have the fantastic citizen alert functionality. It's just a thing that happens occasionally. There we go. I saw that. That's up now. That means all the enemies will go through the weapons traps. Let's grab our military. Military, Come hold position. Keep us safe, military. They're already rushing up. We go into the petition. Parley of the Ignited Ruthlessness. The Ignited Ruthlessness wishes to parley in order to avert loss of life. We're going to deny that. They can come if they want. And the Infinite Mansions want to live here once again. Here comes our warriors holding position, guarding the depths of the fortress. And the enemies, the goblins, will be rushing over from just over here somewhere. Where are you? Yeah, they'll be right here. They come. A little bit of a blob, some of them scrambling through trees, making their way over. Hey, E15 key, thanks so much for that follow. That's awesome. I'm seeing a lot of fighting. Why are you lads fighting, huh? The chief medical dwarf grabs the butcher by the third finger. Right. That seems like it may be a temper tantrum, or more than likely, it could be a small riot. Yep, it's a riot. A butcher and a surgeon have both bled to death. In the staircase, people are fighting for their lives. And on the surface, the goblins approach. The goblin axeman, the human bard, and the elven poet are all fighting. Don't go out on the surface. The countess? Oh no, there's the countess of net polish is going home. Along with the human poet dies him, Shingle Peaches. Goblin axeman is fighting. Oh, many goblins are fighting. Oh. What are you guys doing? Are you falling out of trees? You are, aren't you? The enemy is falling out of trees, slamming into the floor, and taking some damage. A trapper has been found dead. The riot continues. No. I think it's a riot. It could just be someone going berserk, but I don't think so. In any second now, these goblins will make it to the front of our fortress, unless they keep tumbling out of trees and injuring themselves. Here they come. There's not heaps, so our traps will probably take care of the most of them. But down they pop, in they come. Over they wander, murder in their eyes. Silk loincloths on their minds, apparently. And over they come, making their way into the front of the fortress, ready to brave the weapon traps. And it does not go well for the first one. The first goblin axeman, Ago Conflict Monstrous, is in pain and seriously injured. But he tries again and again. The other goblins cheering him on. Oh, here comes a crossbowman. They're making it through? Maybe not. Oh, no, there they go. Weapon traps get a bit hardcore. Especially these ones. These are full. Well, not full. They have about 4 steel short swords in each one. And goblins don't like it when that happens. In they come. You see some shields being dropped? That's because their arms and hands are getting cut off. It gets a wee bit brutal, the old dwarf fortress. And the siege is broken. The survivors rushing out of the fortress. There we go. Let's pull this lever. Let our dwarves know they can walk out of the fortress if they like, and that is me clicking the wrong thing like an idiot. Pull the lever, there we go. And we'll allow our dwarves out of the fort again. Oh, the Baroness Reg is fighting. Did you run into a goblin? Looks like you did, huh? The goblin hammerman attacks the Baroness, but she jumps away. You be careful up there. I love how the goblin's trying to run off, but the Baroness is like, no, violence only. Did you rip his helmet off? That's crazy. See that little dude's helmet has just disappeared now? He's overexerted, but this goblin is seriously injured. Absolutely mangled. Yeah, there's his helmet. Oh, she's coming back for some more now. So apparently the Baroness is just really hardcore. Also, the game's saying she needs a decent study. She's not part of our fortress. She's a visitor. Oh, The Baron Consort passed away, murdered at the swimming pools. Completely covered by a pile of doggies. And here's Airtear, their corpse splattered with blood and coated with water. My goodness, this absolute fortress is crazy. Let's let our military calm down a wee bit, turn off their orders. And an elven poet has been found dead. This one dead up in the trees. And 30 in 1984 with a follow. Thank you so much. That's awesome. But this elf possibly starved to death, but more than likely climbed up here to try and get away from the goblins, and the goblins just sat down there and shot with their crossbows. The king consort, Mythos, also dead in the fortress. Carnage and slaughter happening inside as dwarves erupt into chaos and brutality once again. All the dogs, the tens of billions of dogs are fighting. The stray dog misses the Baron of Tattoo Abbey. Well, that's a bit silly, stray dog. Can you not attack people while they're having a swim? That'd be nice. I mean, people usually come into a swimming pool thinking, a swimming pool, I'm going to have a nice swim and feel delighted. Not, I'm going to go in the swimming pool. Hopefully some dogs will attack me. A bronze mail shirt, forbidden in the swimming pool. And May has ended the mandate. The dog, Etter, is now attacking a baroness, apparently. So it looks like a lot of the dogs have gone berserk and are now attacking. The dog bites the king consort on the head, tearing apart the muzzle. The dog shakes the king consort around by the head, tearing apart the head skin and tearing apart the upper spine's nervous tissue. Good. Wonderful. Now dogs are killing nobility. The king consort. And Bimble has died a masterpiece. This fortress is having some moments. We still have 190 population, so these riots and stuff, it's alright. It's fine, it's normal. It looks like we need some more bins though. Let's get a stack of like 30 bins, huh? Oh, come on now, Cat. There's no need to be that way. Good old experimental version. Oops. There we go, I actually spelled it right this time. Amazing. So, we'll ask for about 30 wooden bins. We're making mini rock salt blocks, which makes me extremely happy. So this water's evaporating now, which is nice. I still would like a screw pump. Even though we don't really need it anymore, we might need it in the future. So down here, we can see there's a little bit of magma down here, nothing too major. Yeah, there we go. So a bit of that channeling there, a little bit of that as well, just to see how things are looking down here. Dwarven children are fighting, and the goblin swordsman is joining in. The goblin swordsman slashes the farmer in the right lower leg with his iron longsword, bruising the fat. What are you doing? This might actually be a hostile entity. The siege is over, but maybe they got a bit distracted and decided to come in anyway. Let's have a look. So if we go into others, uninvited guests, almost. Caged prisoners. We still have some invaders. Wow. That's right. Apparently a goblin came in for a bit of fun. And here comes our military dashing down to help out. Oh, and there goes the goblin, just absolutely rinsed. And another soldier dashing over this way. Look out the tattooed slings. What are you up to? You found something. Nope, you're just taking it easy apparently. The Baron of Tattoo Abbey is visiting. And the caravan from Nul Sadul has arrived. That is the Dwarven caravan. And the mayor would like some more goodies once again, possibly. The mayor would like, yep, coffins and some chains. So if we go into orders, coffins do occasionally get built. We have them on repeat, but we need another one. So rock coffins, and I think it's about 3 chains, isn't it? We'll go for lead chains. We have plenty of lead. So one of these, and I think it's about 3 of those. It might be 2, but that's fine. We'll give them a bonus one. That's no worries. And over here, let's turn this into some barley farming, huh? Not sure why many of our dwarfs went over this way. It was very spooky. Possibly we had a collapsed wagon, because I'm not seeing the wagon turn up. Ooh, there's a problem. Something evil is emerging from this newly exposed pocket. So, we need to begin by re-enabling the burrow. And if we come down here, we look at the something evil. What's down here? And we see nearby a miner, legendary miner, bleeding heavily. 74 years old. And right next to them is a grey haunt. A very large stegosaurid composed of ash. It has an enormous shell and a gaunt appearance. It's made of ash though, so it can't be very strong. We'll get our military down and tell them to really bully this creature. Oh, our miner getting killed by something made of ash. Run, miners! Run! There's another miner has passed away. 2 miners lost to 1 demon. And where's our military? No military so far, just more miners. And someone's even brought their baby. Oh, be careful. Oh, the dwarfs are panicking. Many miners being ripped to pieces by the horrible monstrosity. And still our military. Here comes our first military, an axe dwarf. Zuglar, Cobalt Stranger. Competent axe dwarf. What are you wielding? A steel battle axe with an iron helm. Bronze gauntlets. Bronze chain leggings and a steel breastplate with a bronze buckler. And a nice silk shirt. Nice. Ooh. For something made of ash, that really slaughtered a lot of our dwarfs. We even lost another lad. Another military dwarf. We lost 2 actually. Brutal. Right, let's see. We'll get the siege operator. And who's the next one? Even an expert wrestler. Not bad. Welcome into the military. Can't believe that thing was made of salt and it thrashed us so badly. A small pile. No, it wasn't salt, it was ash. A small pile of ash. So, let's make sure we have some miners. We have a good collection still, that's alright then. The merchants have arrived and are unloading their goods. And more miners are being found dead in the caverns below after all that carnage. Now, let's move some goods about, shall we? Come down to our tools, sort by value, and we'll bring up a bit of prepared food. I think maybe 3 barrels of it. Ooh, and one of those as well. Reindeer cheese roasts, spinach leaf roasts, and wild boar sweet bread roasts. Not bad. Let our dwarves haul that stuff up. Oh, completely out. Not the faintest whisper of coffee. Wow. More rock blocks and some brews have been done. Nice. Baroness of Shanksaber has come back. 12 masterpiece persimmon roasts. I love it. Now, how far away is our food? 4 more items. Well, what I'll do is I'll bump us into pause mode. And I'll bump you into BRB mode. And I'll be back once I snag myself coffee number 3. Hello, hello. Back with my coffee. Now, that Countess, Cog, from Neck Polish, has been coming to this fortress constantly. That's actually pretty cool. Now, 2 more items and then it'll be good to trade. Oh. Broker cancel store item in stockpile, drop off, inaccessible. The weasel is reverted to an wild state, but we also need to repause that. Let our dwarves out of the caverns, or out of the fortress rather. Right, let's get our breaker on up. Fecods are a bit busy at the moment, but they'll make their way up when they can. And reach the Baroness. One of our Baronesses apparently is visiting. I think the game's a bit bugged with the nobility, because our queen and our barons and stuff are visiting rather than living here. Now, the open diplomat, what are you doing? Why are you still fighting? I keep climbing up and slamming down this waterfall. Ooh, deep within this strange place we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. What have we uncovered? It's down here. At least it was. Ah, Amy Epir, value 40,000. This is a jagged, blazing metal spear. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. Nice. Oh, you know, that reminds me. If we come up here, we have this ready for a new artifact. And if we come down, I'm sure we'll find one. Let's see. We have various breastplates. a very long named silk cloak. I love it. Armor stands. Now I'm trying to remember. We do have some artifacts about. I wouldn't be surprised if we have a bracelet or two that's an artifact. Don't think we have any bucket artifacts, no cabinets either. Let's see. I think we do have an artifact coffin somewhere. We may have built it though, which is pretty good in my book. Let's see, we have crowns and crutches. Now, just looking for things that have long names. If you find something with a long name, usually it means it's an artifact. Figurines. Not eggs, they here. There's one. There's an artifact, and we'll get it popped right on this little stand. So dwarves can look at it when they wander around. But yeah, that spear, if we're lucky, our military might grab it and use it in combat. Ah, oh, no one's come to bury this poor lad. The dog, why aren't you getting buried? Surely we have enough space down in our graveyards down here. Let's have a look. Oh no, maybe they're all claimed. Yeah, they've all been claimed. Alright. Let's slap in some more coffins. We have plenty of them, especially after our mayor keeps asking for more. And we can use a wee bit of our nice wee doors. We have a few. Mostly rock, but some glass as well, I think. So sometimes a dwarf will get a fancy too. Oops. Let's try that again. It's like doing material after placement now. And we're looking for shale. There we go. All the way up there. And we'll get this tiny wee corner up the top done, just to make sure our tombs are looking a little bit fancy, but that'll let us bury a lot of the corpses we have lying around. It'll stop our happy faces from turning back into frowny faces again. There we go. Oh, I forgot to set them to be tombs. There we are. Make sure that's set to multi. Oh, there we go. That's another 10 tombs. Perfect. And some Rungak is missing from his proper place. Where is its proper place? Is it on the floor? No, it was over here at some point. Someone has dropped something on the floor up near the food stockpile, and they are surprised when someone stole it. Amazing. Ah, good times. Our fortress, a little bit of a mess, but still pretty fun. The dwarves over here are sneaking around. Eventually, this lad will get buried. But I think at the moment, people are trying to get their hands on gems. You see, we've got some yellow diamonds, more yellow diamonds, and star rubies. Just having a look, just making sure we're not going to mine ourselves into a position where we're going to be immersed in magma very quickly. There we go. Shouldn't be too hot now. Hey, and look. Migrants have arrived replenishing our stocks. And Lumash, a soldier saw, wishes to join the glowing silvers as a citizen of Castlepeak. Welcome on in. That gem, black diamond, still on fire. Good times. Now, this looks like it has its artifact, so let's put in some more vertical bars. We have a bit of sterling silver we can pop in there. Nice. Pardon me. Who's this yawning? Terrible. Right, something else evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. Another monstrosity, a tarantula fiend. A very large and hairy tarantula. It has large mandibles and a bloated body. Its slate grey hair is patchy. Beware its poisonous bite. And she is strong. Right, let's get our dwarves back upstairs again. And both our military squads can come down and hopefully kill this beast. There you go, dwarves. Good luck. And it's already chasing our dwarves without mercy. There goes the first of our miners. A miner and a baby both did at the same time. In embarrassment, the tarantula fiend throws itself into magma. Some Rongak was seen being passed to a thief. Our military should be on their way down as this beast approaches the staircase. Oh, make sure we're tracking them. And up they charge. Up and up. And our military kill them without even a single death. Nope, never mind, we did get a single death. No, the beast is still alive. Killed 3 of our soldiers. 5 in total so far. So the problem we're having at the moment is all our legendary weapon users have died a while back in some riots. So we can't really defend ourselves properly from this beast. Oh yeah, it's just walking through our military now. Why are you so hardcore? Seriously injured though. Seriously injured, come on dwarves, you can do it. Do we still have military? Barely. We need a new leader for these lads. I'm sure we can find one. We'll get this adequate spear dwarf to help out. And this beast charges up further and further. But a wrestler is approaching. Wrestler, you can do it. The wrestler's already fighting. More military rush down to help as another soldier dies. Yeah. Our new military is nowhere near good enough to fight demons. Oh, it's dead though. We killed it. We killed it. We got there in the end. So with that drama, I'm thinking, because we'd have to wait a long time to get our military back up to snuff to be able to handle the horrible beasts in the depths below. But what we could do, just for fun, shall we say that this fortress is pretty successful and retire the fortress and create a new one? What do you reckon, chat? Should be pretty good, right? Spin up a new fortress, get that little ocean / bridge fortress I've been talking about going? Or should we stay with this one? Are people just vibing too much? They're happy with whatever, as long as the stream continues, maybe. But you also need to come down here and clean up this stuff. Look at all this miasma. Get that on out of there. Our broker's having a drink. Something they may have been up to trade a wee while ago, but you never know. Let our dwarves head back down. A spinner has been found dead. We've lost like 20 dwarves to demons, man. Our military is not good enough. Usually a good enough military can see you through demon, like basic 1 or 2 demons. But with our best soldiers being like, you know, normal everyday military, it's a bit of a risk. Moody, hello and welcome. As long as I'm having fun, new game or keep going. I am feeling that it might be nice to retire the fortress and spin up a new one. Get a little bit of a bridge fort going. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So we'll retire the fortress for the time being. The world will be saved, but you will need to unretire the fort to play here again. And if we do this, create a new fort in the same world, dwarves will come over from this fortress. You've been lurking. Oh, awesome. That is cool. I love to lurk myself. Most of the streams I watch, I lurk. There we go. 170 population? That's not too bad for this wee little fortress of ours. We'll spin up a new one, and if we're lucky, we'll get this new one to become a mountain home. Now, start new game in existing world. And we were region 33. I have that stuck in the very top part of my brain. So if we scroll down, we find region 33. There we go. The infinite universes, here we are. Mid-autumn 110, that sounds about right. Loading world to start a new game. And this is cool because you will get visitors and you'll get migrants from people and dwarves that have been in the previous fortress. So we're going to set the game pipe to fortress mode. And we're passing just a couple of weeks to get things ready. Up until the 18th of Sandstone. And if we have a look, if we look up this way, now where is our fortress? Our previous fortress? We were around this region somewhere, because here's that big cluster of our friends up here, with the smashed goblins down there and the mostly empty towers nearby. There we are. That is Castlepeak, our old dwarven fortress. And that'll keep running. That'll do its own thing, but we're going to come over here, I think. Just nestling right in this place. And I think we'll have the same civilization, which I think is the, was it the Golden Angels or something? Or the Swift Hammers or some weird stuff like that. So, if we choose Origin Civilization, the Hammer of Angels, they're up there. And they're part of the same civ as our old fortress. May this fort go more smoothly than the last. and have an even more legendary ending. Yeah, we're doing a little bit of a bridge fort. Should be fun. So Locum boot-ringed. Loki kept visiting us in this fort down here. It was pretty cool. Now, we're going to settle, I reckon, right down in here in between these two. Oh, it's too wide. Damn. I thought we'd have more space. Oh, sorry, I thought there'd be less space between those two. Is there another good spot? Excited to see it change the path for this world? I know. We might end up having to do several forts to bridge that, but that's okay. Or, let's see, there are other places we could try if we liked. Oh, I am really feeling like a shore fort. It's a bit off to the right where two forest types meet. Lots of rivers. Oh, you mean up here? Hey, Modi! Thanks so much for gifting that sub. That's awesome. Cheers, buddy. So we have many rivers up here, which would be interesting. There's humans, elves, and goblins, but the problem with going over here is it's very, very far away from our parents' civilization, so it'll be a long time, very long time, before we had dwarves visiting. It is tempting though. Because up here we have untamed wilds, lots of untamed wilds, so we'd get a huge amounts of giant creatures. Whale trout, the web of slime. Gold, silver, and lead. We'd have to trade for a lot of military gear. Silver warhammers though. Oh, up and slightly to the left. Oh, you're meaning up here? More untamed wilds, very nice. Gold, silver, and lead. Up this way we got flux-stone as well, and some copper. Not bad. Well, and we could do a bridge fort between those two. It wouldn't bridge two separate continents, but it would still be pretty fun. We could also do... That might be too wide, yeah. Over there it's a wee bit too wide, sadly. But over here, that's doable. We'd be kind of like bridging the entrance to a bay there, maybe. We could do. What else have we got? We could. Ooh, down here. So if we built a fort there, that's the soaked continents, and down here, that's the adventurous copper continent. We could bridge right there. And to bridge this landmass, it continues up this way, see it connects there. Which is this huge area we were playing in last time, and it connected to down here, where all the huge human civers, the dwarfs, and the goblins, who have been warring against another dwarven civ over there. That could be pretty good, right in there I reckon. Oh, is this still too big? Damn it. I was hopeful. 3 economic choke points. Yeah. We could make it very, very wide, but it'd really kill our FPS. It's a pity though. It's almost good enough. What else have we got? We could bridge to this, which has a lot of joyous wilds nearby. Do you not like changing the shape of the embark location? Generally I try to not, because the default one is kind of what the game is optimized about. That's right, if we can't do a bridge fort, that's fine. There's plenty of other fun stuff we could do. Let's see, we can go up here. There's a few interesting places along this little wee inlet. Like we could embark up there or something, which gets us silver and copper. A little bit of gold under the water there. Untamed wilds as well. Heavily forested. That could be fun. A nice wee little inlet there that we could bridge across. see. Yeah, I reckon we go for that one. That should be pretty fun. Elevation's pretty flat, but we can still get up to all sorts of hijinks, I reckon. The area of the occult jungle. Oh, over here. Oh, I see. Silver, copper, lead, some iron down here. And flux. Oh, there's a lot of metals around there. Tropical ocean, tropical coniferous forest, and a moist broadleaf forest as well. We got goblins, elves, and humans nearby. We are quite far away from the appearances, so it would take a while for us to get migrants, but that's alright. Basically, but the gap between that and the other side of that bay. So. Oh, you meaning maybe up here or something? Iron? Iron and copper? Not bad, there wouldn't be too much in the way of decoration metals, which is a worry. Iron, silver and copper, that's a bit better. And fluxite, and sand, we could get a lot of glass. Tempting. So that's what you're reckoning? Just in this sort of area? Oh. Could go up here or something. Or maybe even using this river. That'd be nice. Silver and copper. A little bit of gold out in the ocean again. Not much in the way of elevation, but it should still be pretty good. Up there is nice. Iron and copper. Iron in the water. Typing is an adventure when you've been awake for 19 hours. Oh my goodness. That is rough. I'm liking this though. Should we embark just up here? We can bridge between those two. That'd be nice. Let's go for this one, huh? You've selected a savage area. The wildlife might be very dangerous. You've selected an area with salt water and a light aquifer. That sounds wonderful. Little wee inlet. Let's go for it. So enemies, we'll go for hard enemies just for fun, and we'll customize it. I always customize. So if we come down and we find the cavern invaders, so the cavern dweller scale and the cavern dweller maximum attackers, I turn them both off because cavern dwellers are a bit broken, so it's just easier to do it this way. And we'll kick right off. It's 3 AM where you are. Oh my goodness, that is brutal. And we're loading in, we're saving, and look at the shape of this little map we have. It's not looking too bad. A dwarven outpost. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh track has finally ended. Your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all nil settle. There are almost no supplies left, but with stout labour comes sustenance. Whether by bolt, plough or hook, provide for your dwarves. You're expecting a supply caravan just before winter entombs you. But it's spring now. I don't think it's spring, it's mid-autumn, but you know, the game's trying. And now time to delve secure lodgings ere the leopard men get hungry. A new chapter of Dwarven history begins here at this place. Lemilitidun, the Golden Charms, strike the earth. Yeah, Golden Charms. I should probably update the title before I forget. Golden Charms. Oops, that's a typo. Just for us. And I've typed everything amazingly. Perfect. Right, so let's have a look. What have we got around here? So we're parked right on the shore, next to some avocado trees and some huge plants. To the north of us we've got some horned melons, which is nice. You're really hoping the economy based on gold crafts is in the works here. Ooh, that'd be a good plan. We do have, I think, gold in the ocean, don't we? So, let's see, we have clay, we have a lot of sand. We have a nice little bit of a hill with a good amount of trees as well. That is excellent. We can't go too ham on those trees because we will get lots of monsters roaming this forest because we are in a very dangerous area. We have high wood trees. Not super tall, but tall enough. We even have some pomegranates, nice. Titanic high woods. 3 blocks wide. I love it, man. Not too bad at all. So let's dig ourselves in nice and quickly because we are going to get angry monsters arriving shortly. Lots of sandstone, that's pretty good. So I think our entrance will probably just be up amongst these trees here for now. We can come back and make it more fancy. But we'll dig down as deep as we can, as quick as we can. Getting our dwarfs tucked away, nice and happy. Go on, up you pop. And then he digs. I wonder, do we have any weird animals running around yet? A pangolin and a hornbill. No massive creatures yet, but I'm sure they're well on the way. We'll grab a new miner. So we have 2 of them running along. And our dwarfs are hanging out on the edge of the shore here. We were seeing big waves splashing heaps of mist. Dwarves don't care about this sort of mist because it's not coming from a waterfall. But you know, it's alright. Ooh, microline. Microcline, rather. And also, we're digging so deep, and we still haven't hit the aquifer. We're gonna help ourselves to a wee bit of these gemmies. Ah, there's our aquifer. And we've got coal and hematite already. Jeez. Yeah, there we go, some more hematite. Microcline. Some more disgusting chert. Lots of hematite. So this is gonna be very, like, steel heavy fortress, I think. I'll bully our way through that, making sure to smooth these walls as we come in. Avocados and their evolutionary relation to megafauna just made you really happy when you remember that mega beasts and giant animals are a thing in Dwarf Fortress. Somehow more immersive for giant fantasy animals. Oh, that flooded quick. Jeez, that's 7x7 already. That should be a light aquifer, not a heavy one, thank you. But alright, we'll mine across just a little bit, get ourselves over here. That's a lot deeper than I was expecting all of a sudden. I thought this was I'm not certain this was a light aquifer. We'll try again, but we might need to get a bit fancy with how we're breaching this. How? Ah, alright. You got spooked by the water. Fair enough. Come on. There, that filled so quickly. And it's already 7s. Yep, that's a heavy aquifer. Fair enough. That's alright. Now. So, should we try? I wonder how deep our aquifer is. In the meantime, we do need to get a little bit of rock out of here. And use it to... Actually no, because down here, we can dig out the microcline and get our dwarfs living down here for the time being. That'd be nice. Let's get ourselves a nice couple of batches of rooms. Should be enough for our first group of migrants anyway. There we go. Yeah, as we go along, we'll kind of improve our housing situation and make things look prettier, as we usually do. There we are. Pop in a few more doorways. Do a little bit more this way as well. There we go. Ooh, my computer is straining. It is upset. Got some more Mossagate up here. Once we get this mined out, we'll be able to get our dwarves living down here as well, which will be very good. We want them down here as quick as possible, because on the surface, more than likely, we'll get some very angry monsters turning up soon. Some mega fodder. See, someone's fishing up some raw squid at the moment. A wee bit dangerous. We're going to turn that off just until we see what sort of angry animals we get. So, let's go into jobs. I'm going to say no one is fishing for now, thank you. Over here, we're mining things out. We're getting a little bit of hematite, a little bit of our Mossagate. Oh, and a wee bit more over there. Nice. I just realised we can't build rooms on that side. Not for now, anyway. Because on this side, we're going to make a big plug that we drop down, smashing into this down here. Hopefully getting rid of a good chunk of that water. It depends how deep it is. Because if this is a multi-level, super deep aquifer, we're going to have to get a bit crazy with pumping or something. Or we can just live up on the surface for a while until we get a mass population of dwarves. And by on the surface, I mean kind of like up in these layers. Getting lots of iron, man. I'm loving it. So, we'll come in here, do a good bit of channeling, making sure we have at least a little bit of a path for our dwarves to walk around the edge here. And actually, we're going to be better off channeling out just the middle bit first. There we go. That's a better idea. Because yeah, this will flood real quick. I didn't actually realize this was heavy aquifer. Otherwise, we would have settled somewhere else. But that's alright. We'll try to bully our way through it. Heavy aquifers are pretty much how the old school aquifers used to be. 1,000,001 years ago. A couple of versions back, which was like what, 6 years or something. This is a nice looking coastline though. I'm looking forward to us getting like a little bit of a above ground thing that reaches from there to there. It's going to be interesting, especially with giant creatures roaming. So over here, very quickly, we're going to get ourselves a jeweler. Just pop it in there, just outside someone's home, that's fine. That'll get us some trade goods nice and quickly. Yeah, already that'll be 7s. Jeez. Now, it used to be, hopefully it's still the same, that you'd channel out a big lump of the floor where the water was, and then drop a plug down, and then slam into the floor, and you'd be able to dig through the plug. Hopefully that'll still work that way, no guarantee. If that doesn't work, we're going to get a bit fancy with pumps. And we'll get our dwarves pumping like mad to get water out of the way. Now let's build ourselves a very another temporary workshop, this time for our stoneworkers. And, oh, that's what we need. We need a throne. And that's alright, we'll get one of those fairly shortly. I'm still so surprised no weird animals have turned up. We've got like wild boar, but eh. Should we tempt fate? Should we make ourselves a carpenter's workshop and see if we can't get a bit of choppy going up in the realms above? Let's start by setting up a bit of a recenter location here. And we'll just call this the main floor, even if it's only temporary. Ah, this is sorted. Nice. Let's get out. Ask for a nice wee rock throne. There we go. And we'll build ourselves our very first carpenter's workshop, and we'll snug that up there. This is being channeled. Good. Oh, my computer is screaming. Very upset with me for some reason. FPS is nice and high. Someone's already working on this. Good. If they're working on this, let's come up here and just help ourselves to a little bit of wood. I'm sure the giant angry monsters won't mind too much, right? That'll get us beds. And once we get that throne done, there we go. We'll pop that in just over here for now. A church throne. And we're going to paint in an office. So painting. Swoop that across. There we go. And now if we create ourselves our manager. There we go. Bimble. All Bimble needs and all Bimble wants is an office. Bimble, I have an office for you. There we go. And now we can get our orders going. Let's get some gemmy goodness. If there's some gems, then cut them up. And let's also ask for some beds. And maybe some rock doors, huh? And we'll get these just looping nicely. And that'll get our dwarves some places to live, which will be very important. And then there's 5. There we go. Oh, ouch. And we're now in early winter. We haven't even got our farm set up and we're in early winter. We might need to re-enable fishing, which might be worthwhile because I'm still not seeing any angry beasties. So maybe we'll be fine. Yeah, just wild boar. Maybe we can get away with a bit of surface farming. I mean, we can just farm in the salt line, can't we? Yeah, let's create a real simple underground farm up here. Nice and easy. It'll give our dwarves somewhere to get a bit of food going. Over this way we're seeing people work on doors. People work on beds. We even got a nice high wood bed. I love it. And people are cutting up gems. Right, let's get just a couple of beds in if we can. 3, that's good enough for now. Handful of doors. Whoop. There we go. That's what we like to see. And that is at least, oh, there we go, 3 bedrooms. I love it. Our dwarves, their lives slightly improving. We have 10 meat. Who's been hunting? Yeah, but let's build ourselves a little fishery because we've had no enemies come up. Even though we cut some trees, not a single creature raised their nostrils or even their eyebrows, so we should be fine. Down here, we'll keep this going so you can see the sort of shape we're going to drop down. It's going to match that because it'll give us a nice wee little square to dig through. So if we come up a level, yeah, there we go. We are going to hit the edge of these stairs, but that's okay. Worst comes to worst, we'll do our own thing, tidy them up nicely. Use a bit of constructions as you do. So we're going to mine this out. We'll do the same up here. And we'll cut out the entire floor up here, but we're going to put in one of our nice wee little pillars that will link up to a lever, and then we can drop the whole thing down, slam it into here, and hopefully that'll delete the aquifer enough for us to dig through. If not, well, we'll have to try the pumping solution. Now, do we have some more beds? That is exactly 7 rooms, enough for our dwarfs for the time being. Hey, Rainer, hello! I hope your meowing has been successful today. And our beds are covered, slowly but surely. Let's come up here, just for our entrances, and the first thing we would like to build is a nice good old fashioned trade depot. We'll pop it over here. There we are. And we have our very first little farms ready to go, just up here, well, spots for them anyway. The problem is these sorts of farms, because they're so far above the ground, or above the caverns or rather, they won't give us all that much in the way of food, but beggars can't be choosers. We do not have a lot of choice at the moment. So this is mined out, which is good. We want to start channeling around this. So we're going to widen this pathway a wee bit. There we are. And on the level above, we're going to mine out this whole section. I know this used to work with the old school aquifers, it mightn't anymore, but we might be lucky. Are avocados in Dwarf Fortress? They are. We actually have some avocado plants just growing above us at the moment. Let's have a look. We have papayas, limes, macadamia trees. We were seeing some avocados. There we go, avocado trees. And now dwarfs will every now and again snag avocados if we tell them it's safe to come out here and grab some. Now, so our dwarves have somewhere simple to sleep. The next goal I think for them is I would like a very simple and very basic and very temporary chapel. See, let's make this a wee bit. There we go. Now it looks a bit nicer. Little box rooms like that for some reason never really appeal to me too much. However, weird lopsided rooms that kind of wobble all over the place, 10 out of 10. I like them a lot. Now, I think our mine is really busy. Cutting gems, making beds, someone's making a rock door. Can you mine only? That'd be nice. Can we let other people cut gems and stuff? There we go. Here's this lad coming in, chopping away at the rock walls. And Rainer would like a dwarf. What sort of dwarf are you feeling, Rainer? Oh, we've had some damp stone. Just over here, we might be bouncing into the ocean if we're unlucky. Oh no, the ocean doesn't go very deep. It only goes down to -5. And Magical Hack has come in with a raid. Welcome, raiders. And thank you so much for that raid. I hope you guys are having a great stream over there. Can you be a peasant? We don't have any specific peasants, but Law the Fisher Dwarf is pretty close to being a peasant. You like that style? It stood out a lot? Nice, thanks man. So, Rhino, what do you reckon about being a fisher dwarf? Is that close enough to peasantry? If it is, that fisher dwarf is all yours. So we have that little corner right there with a little bit of water, but that's alright. That sounds excellent. Perfect. So Rhino, you are gonna be called Rhino now. You were Law before. Underscore. The stream went well. You started the new fort. Nice. We have just started the new fort ourselves, actually. Here we go, Rhino, the fisher dwarf. 71 years old and values eloquence. I talk to my friend, I feel fond. Let's have a read up on Rhino. He has good intuition, but he has poor focus. Oh, that reminds me, before I forget, let me do you a bit of a shout out. That magical hack. You had to feed a vampire to a werepig. Nice. There we go. Make sure you drop Magical Hack a bit of a follow. He's a friend to the channel. Pops around occasionally, does some nice raids and whatnot. So, Reiner is very slow to anger. He is very comfortable around others that are different from himself, and he has an active imagination. He does not easily fall in love and really develops positive sentiments. He finds helping others emotionally rewarding. He is a bit stubborn though. He is generally quite confident of his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. He can handle stress. He repeatedly snaps his fingers when he's trying to remember something. Hey, there's a new one. I haven't seen that one in a while. Let's have a look at your preferences. And it's a very good dwarf, actually. Reiner likes dacite, nickel silver, amethyst, alpaca tooth, alligator snapping turtle shell, the colour spring green, high boots, blue peepers for their enormous fantails, and horseshoe crabmen for their ability to hide in sand. When possible, he prefers to consume a purple amaranth bear and purple amaranth flower. He absolutely detests hamsters. Oh, Reiner, you hate hamsters. Heartbreaking. So, now we're going to re-enable fishing. Because we don't have any giant angry animals. Maybe we'll regret this and they'll turn up, but we should be fine. So, down here, dwarves are mining away happily. That'll be the final part to this. Around this here, we're going to channel out these edges. Doing this will mean that this block will only be connected to the ceiling. So when we mine out this section and channel out this area, this whole thing will drop, which is why we'll connect it to a lever for maximum safety. And we've struck some more moss agate. I think it's called moss agate rather than moss agate. But agate sounds more fun to say anyway, so that's fine. Oh, I see our dwarves are taking a break. One of them's working up here. And we have hit some chiroprases. Nice, not terribly worth a whole mountain of value. It's the old chiroprase. You can tell because it's only one spike, but still. There'll still be some trade goods that'll get us some food and some drink, which was nice. Especially nice for our dwarves, because we're at 40 drinks at the moment. A wee bit worrying. Oh, well, let's get another throne in if we can. Where are you, rock throne? Right there, perfect. Another 10 rock doors have been completed, which is great. Get a bit of that coming in. And because I'm terrified, yeah, maybe. Sometimes you get biomes that are, untamed wilds, which should have giant creatures that will have very infrequent wild creatures. So that might be us. And we're out of logs, that's fine. We can come up here and do a wee bit of a choppy. We've got to be careful not to chop above this now. This is our only farms. So if we chop trees down up here, they'll crash through the floor and slam into our farms, possibly killing people. But if we come over to here, there's nothing below this. So we'll kill a few trees, get some more high wood. That'll be a lot of good wood for us. And up here, we're going to build ourselves a support. And we want it sort of up here, in this sort of region, but on the floor above. So we'll pop it here. And we'll link this to a lever fairly shortly. But for that, we're going to need ourselves another workshop. And this will be a mechanics workshop right there. We'll slip it in. These are only temporary. We're going to move these out of the way, don't worry. We won't have a big yucky mess like that forever, I promise you. There we go. Fishing is coming together. And we'll build ourselves just a temporary still down here, just to get us at like just the beginnings of some drinks. There we go, this is set up now. So what we can do is we can start channeling around this now. Just up here, so it'll kind of start separating this. But the support will keep things going. Also, are you guys hearing this music? It's so good. I wasn't really expecting something that nice. Oh, let's cancel just one spot there so our dwarves can reach out to this once we get some mechanisms. We'll get a couple of mechanisms. I think we only need the 2. We might need 3 actually. Our dwarves are still waiting for their longs, but that's alright, that'll get there. Let's pop in here, a throne. A turret throne is on its way. In the meantime, we can turn that into an office, and we'll assign it. You like Lofi Girl playlists? I know man, they're so good, right? It's just so nice and relaxing. I love playing Dwarf Fortress to it as well. So, I know from playing this game a million times, our planter is going to be really good as a bookkeeper. See? So now our planter, who's a bookkeeper, has their office. They'll start keeping track of all the stocks in our fort, which will be good. Happen over here. People are slowly but surely clearing this out. There we go. This dwarf is going lightning quick. Absolutely carving through this floor. Someone's become a miner. We have made our mechanisms. Right, so over here, we'll build ourselves a lever. Oh, and I see our little shrine over here is coming together. Perfect. That's been constructed. Let's link this to this wee thing up here. Now there's a good chance all this, the dust that's going to kick up from this would injure a few dwarves. So we're going to put in a few walls just up here, just to kind of seal this up. So a little bit down here like that. A little bit there, like that. Just to stop a bit of the old smoke coming in and knocking our dwarves unconscious and blasting them around the fortress. Because that will happen if you're unlucky. Don't you get yourself stuck now? There you go. And the last little bit is going to be across here like this. So this will slam down. We will get some stuff coming up here, but we're going to pop a door in just over here. Once this is in, there we go. There we are. So now when this drops, we won't get completely obliterated. This is linked up, good. all that's left is to remove that, and then we can pull the lever. And hopefully that'll drop a nice wee plug-in straight into here. There we go. Right. Let's pull this lever. Someone will rush up very quickly to pull it, I'm certain. There we go. That's been slammed. A huge big splash of water everywhere. And it splashed up to this level as well. So down here, that little area right there, hopefully, would now be aquifer free if we dig down. It's damp, but it's just because there's water above. Yeah, see? No aquifer around here anymore. Made more beds, which will be good because we will get some more migrants eventually. We'll just give this some time for this to evaporate. But yeah, that's how you can have controlled cave-ins, collapsing ceilings and stuff, using levers and supports. Let's pop in a door, give our dwarves a nice wee little chapel over this way. So, meeting area. It's, oh, let's get that one going again. I was a wee bit outside the lines there. There we go. And we'll assign this to a new temple. No specific deity. The Metal of Joy it's called. Now dwarves will come in just to hang out and relax. We will get animals coming down here as well. Now you can see those dogs down there. And that is a problem because if animals sit down there and they need to eat grass to live, well, they won't live for much longer. There we go. So if we have a look, we have a 1 hump camel and 2 horses. We'll set them up here on the surface for the time being, but once we get a nicer place sorted, we'll get them moved into the safer place when we can. So over here, I'm going to expand this up this way a wee bit, because I just need a little bit of a temporary food stockpile to stop all our food from going to waste. There we are. Down here this water is evaporating slowly but surely. And if we're lucky, below this, we'll see how deep this aquifer goes. If it goes too deep, we might have a problem. A couple more squares there to evaporate. Various animals and snails hanging out over there. Let's get some brewing going. From plants, thank you. And another one from drinks. From fruit rather. And we also want some rock pots. So we're going to say, if there's not enough rock pots, make some more. And for brewing, we're going to say, if there's not much drinks, and if there's food storage items, then start going ham. But for the drinks, we're going to say, if it's less than 100. And same with the brewing from plant. So drinks, plants, and storage items. Set that back to 100 again. There we go. And then for that to work, we do need ourselves a craft dwarf workshop. There we go, we'll pop it down there. Temporary once again, I promise. This water's slowly but surely evaporating. So, let's see if we can't cut down another level. We'll certainly know fairly shortly if we can't. And the next goal from that would be to get pumps coming. Ah, dang, yeah. We only... So this is a many levels deeper to guess. I was really hoping it'd only be 1Z level, but no. So we'll wait for this to clear up a wee bit. And what we'll do is we're going to get ourselves some pumps. And these pumps will just start hauling megatons of water out of here. So we'll channel right there. And we'll get ourselves some walls coming in. And up here, we need to floor this up now. We don't want... yeah, this is all sealed off, that's right. Actually, if that's sealed off, then we need to floor up here. And this is effectively an impromptu water tank now. And we'll build ourselves a nice wee little screw pump here. So for that, we need some pipes. We'll make wooden ones and giant screw. We'll make a wooden corkscrew. We only really need one of each at the moment. We can get more later on if we need to. We just don't want to overwork our poor old dwarfs, because otherwise things get a wee bit difficult to get everything done. And while we're waiting for that, another thing we would like, way up here on the surface, is we're going to build ourselves a little bit of a windmill. Temporary again, don't worry, we'll come through and pretty things up as we can. But a windmill, we'll pop it up here. Should give us a little bit of power, and we'll route that all the way down to where our pump's going to be. So we'll probably have it coming in through there, I'd guess. Or we could have it coming from the bottom. Either way, doesn't matter. So once those are done, we'll be good to go. Drinks are at 20. It's a bit of a worry, but we've got 29 plants, so I'm not too concerned. We can always just run about and gather some fruit and plants off the surface. There's our wooden pipe section. We just need that corkscrew now. Actually, I just realised that this needs to be done a wee bit differently. Over there as well. Just because we need a space for our dwarves to kind of get into the screw pump, just in case we want dwarves to manually control it, which we will do, I think. There's our corkscrew. So, let's get our pump coming. It's going to pump this way, from the level below. It's going to pump out to here. Oh, we need a block? That's fine. Let's get ourselves just a handful of rock blocks. There we go. 10 of those. 68 food, 20 drink. 25 drink now, actually. Not too bad. That means we're getting more and more seeds, which is good. 32 fish is ridiculous, but our dwarves will eat that stuff raw like there's no tomorrow and have a great time with it. I wonder if we're getting much in the way of shells at the moment. We might have to get ourselves a bit of a shell squash. Rotten squid, perfect. Normal squid, cuttlefish. Cuttlefish, I think we'll get us shells. But we'll see what we can do with that. So, where is our farm? There we go. So over here, food stockpile. This will stop all our food from rotting. So just food in general will be perfect. There we go. We do have some acorn flies, but that's alright. We can not be too concerned about those. The wet season's begun. Oh no. So that there, that's open, which is a problem. We are going to snip that up, just so we can floor that off. We don't want backwash coming down from back here. Now, if we're lucky, we might have a pump ready. Nope, still need those blocks. Still need those blocks. Come on, dwarfs. It has started raining. So with all this water we're going to get, and we will get a good wee dollop of it, we'd eventually need a place to put it. Now, we can just kind of start pouring it off here, and it'll eventually flow off the map. That'd work quite well. And it's probably what we're going to have to do initially. There we go. There's our stockpile. We've got people growing food at the moment. Plump helmets all over the place. There we go. Let's see, just waiting for these little things to come in. Our dwarves are super busy. If we look at our unit list, making blocks, fishing, making pots. One dude just having a bit of a prey instead, but that's okay. Keep his spirits up, make him happy. Also, yeah, 111. I wonder when we'll get our first migrants. It'll be cool. And I'm keen to make it happen. Love this little pile of chert and mud and dust everywhere. Flooding stuff is awesome. Now how's our blocks? We've made 2, perfect. Let's get ourselves a bit of a pump, just like this. There we go. So pumps, they bring water up from the level below behind them. And you see that flat edge, you'll see it better once I build it, but that flat edge there, that blocks water from flowing backwards. So that'll be pretty good. Make rock pot has been completed. So we want right here, we're going to start building ourselves some mechanisms. So we want, just to get a few mechanisms coming in. Just 10 should do. Should be more than enough. It's going to take our dwarves a wee while to get this all done. We'll give them some time though. They're very busy lads, these poor old dwarves of ours. Pardon me. My body is screaming for more caffeine again. I might have to sneak away after a while. Let's get this flooring coming in. Actually, do we want flooring or do we want another wall? A wall might be nice because that'll get us have a axle coming down that way. Yeah. So we have a wall coming across like that. The little bit of flooring, we will remove that once this wall's in though. Miner is set to only mine. Might want to change it for now. We could do. Probably while he was spraying. Fair enough, we can do that. Everyone is off planting seeds at the moment. Usually fairly early on. I kind of make only a handful of dwarves seed planters. Otherwise all we get is people planting seeds. Now, let's come in over this way, and we're going to say planters. Actually, planters isn't too bad. We'll let them do some planting. It's fine. We're going to get some more dwarves shortly anyway. Possibly next season. We are in early spring of year 111. So I wouldn't be surprised if that starts happening. Now let's see. Yeah, dwarves are so busy. That's a wrap. You have 2 of them super happy, loving the idea of coming into a new fort. Maybe they're just happy to see the windmill nearby. That could be it too. Here we go. Dwarves are working away on this stuff. So once those blocks there are finished, we'll build in that piece of wall there and remove that tile. I think we've only got just a handful of stone lying about at the moment. We might want to expand things a wee bit. Let's send something over this way. There we go. Yeah, we're out of rocks. I had a feeling that was coming. We'll get our miner back to mining just for a moment. And over here, we'll probably move in a couple of stoneworkers' workshops or something like that, you know. There we go. This is coming together. We just need that one little wall there. There we go. So, hey, there we go. There's our screw pump. See what I'm saying about that hard edge there? That's the output. That's the input on that side, from down here to here. So let's get ourselves a wall up there now. Get that all sealed up. Hopefully your dwarf won't seal themselves in, actually. We're going to make this out of blocks, just to ensure that our dwarfs get this from a different location. A little bit of microclone there. Hey, passing vagrant. Hello, hello. How you going? Oh, we've hit more damp stone again. As is tradition in this fort, everything everywhere is soggy all the time. Oh, over there. We're kind of nestled in between a few aquifers at the moment. Struck some more chiropractors. You're not doing too shabby, that's excellent. I'm the same myself, enjoying a bit of a stream. Yes, it is new indeed. New fortress, same world though. If we look on the map. So, there's our old fortress. That there is Castlepeak. Of the civilization, the Hammer of Angels. And we are just a wee bit south from that. We're parked up over here. In the Renown Seas. More and more damp stone, that's alright though. Oh yeah, we did have a little bit of a splash over there, huh? That's alright, we can still get ourselves some stoneworkers workshops. We'll pop them up this way. We don't need heaps, a couple will do us wonderfully. The old fort is okay? Yeah, the old fort's not too bad. I was just, we did a little bit of messing around with the hidden fun stuff just for a bit of fun, but for the most part I was mostly done with that fort really. Like we'd done 6 episodes of it, it had lasted for 10 years. We had a bit of fun with the king and whatnot and made some nice rooms. But this fort, I thought it might be fun to start this fort, because if we come up and up, we're going to set up a nice big fortress above this. If possible, we just have to breach through a heavy aquifer first, which is our current goal. 136 drinks, there we are, it's perfect. And look, we even have cats. Blissful after a bath. Grouchy after getting caught in rain though. I know, there's kitties. We have, how many do we have? We have just two cats and 1 kitten. Not too bad. Oh, that cabbie pup's getting a bit hungry. Where is that little place? I know it's around here somewhere. There we go. So that cabbie pup that turned up at some point. We'll get them stuck up here in the paddocks. They can have a bit of a munch off with the horses and whatnot. There we go. But yeah, I cannot wait until we get more dwarfs. And more dwarfs means we can do more things at once. At the moment, you can see these dwarfs are doing most of what we tell them to do. They're a bit overworked, but it's alright. Now, so we have ourselves a chapel with a praying miner who currently doesn't have too much to do, so we'll turn off the mining only. People are over here brewing out some drinks full of dwarven wine. Nice. People are getting this flooring going, although right there we're going to cancel that one because we're going to run a mechanism right through there, or probably a vertical pole right there through there that connects to a mechanism above this nice relay. But yeah, I'm looking forward to trying to get this pumped out, man. It's going to be nice if it works. It should do. And some more plants have been turned into drinks. 154 drinks, perfect for our little fortress with our 7 population. Now, let's see. This floor's coming together. We have space there for our vertical bar that we'll get to at some point. We're just waiting for these last few blocks to be put in. Ah, look at this. We're constructing us a building. Oh, we were on pause, pardon me. Don't do it now. Don't you get yourself all in. There we go. That was lucky. I was concerned. More rock pots, which is going to be more drinks. And more places to store food as well, which is very nice. Look at these dwarfs rushing in. Oh, you're going to get walled out. Oh. After all that time we're waiting for that to get built, someone gets in the way. There we go, someone's going to clean it up and let them out. There's some puppies. There we go. We could pop a door in there. Bit of a microcline door just for now. And up here this has been sorted. So this comes all the way up through this and up to here. Let's mine out a little pathway to it. There we go. And once that's all mined out, then we start channeling. And once the channeling's done, then we can start putting it in our straight little axles effectively. Connecting our windmill to our pump down here. I actually build our, may as well build our not our axle, but our mechanism right now. So inside the machines and fluids, our gear assembly, we'll pop that in. Make it out of microcline, of course. And right nearby, we're going to put in another lever, right there. Just so we can turn this off if we need to. We can get rid of this now because we have a nice wee little dedicated workshop over here. Good stuff, good stuff. There's our lever. Let's link that one up right to there. Perfect. Alright, so all this stuff from here onwards can all be channeled now. There you go. And surprisingly, if we look in pets and livestock, nope, sorry, and others, we're still not getting giant creatures. So I'm guessing this is a wild and back that's not very wild. Hey, this is all carved out now, perfect. So let's build machines, and we want vertical axles. So from here, you have to do one at a time. There we go. So basically we're just kind of stacking logs up vertically, one on top of the other, all the way up. Then up here, we're going to put in another gear assembly. Jet mechanism. And then finally, horizontal axle from there to there. Nice. And once that gets done, that'll drop power all the way down, turn this pump on, and if we're lucky, we won't flood. There we go. And the pump is running. You see down here, we are slowly but surely pulling water out. It's coming in very quickly, so we might need more pumps. But generally, that's how you start draining heavy aquifers. Yeah, we're gonna need more pumps than that. This is barely keeping up. So we could do another one, maybe here. So we'll come up, we'll pull this lever. So someone will come up and pull this. This will stop moving. And this will turn off. And we'll give this some time because this will all evaporate now. But yeah, we definitely want another screw pump there. And they'll share power, those two, because they're right next to each other. We might even go for 3, just for maximum fanciness. But I think for the minute, I'm going to step away for just a handful of moments, just to use the bathroom, and I'll be back with you in a jiffy. In the meantime, enjoy the music. Hello, hello. Back again. So, let's remove this. And this is already back up to 7s again. And we'll probably remove this over here as well. Oh, did I just unforbid that rather than... Oh no, it's slated for removal. People are off prey, doing their best. There we go, this is all removed now, good. Now we are going to need some more wooden pipe sections. I'll go for 10. And some more wooden ginormous screws. Oh, do we... Pardon? Dear video game, where's my huge corkscrews? There we go. 10 of each, that'll be fine. Have plenty of drinks, a little bit of meat, heaps of fish. Some might say too much fish. Now let's go over this way and turn this into a bit of a kitchen area just down here. There we go. Get that happening. Do you have some gemmies up there? I think we'll... Oh no, never mind. I was going to say we should help ourselves to some gems, but no. We're currently saving the game. We're heading early summer. We have to make sure that our farms are still rolling up above. We have 7 dwarfs, they're quite happy, but we would like more dwarfs, maybe another 7. That'd be nice. Let's do a bit of auto mining, there we are. Get that happening. Up this way, we would like our farms. So, cave wheat, yes, we'd love a bit of cave wheat. What else do we have? We have no more plump helmets, but we'll go for a bit of pigtails, that's a bit of food. Our dwarves tuning away over here. And hopefully we're getting pipe sections and tea wood corkscrews. Perfect. Now, let's get another screw pump because we have enough for one more, so we'll pop one here for the moment. Make it out of microcline. We just need one more screw section and we can get another one coming in. We might be able to do the other one there maybe, just because I don't want those two connecting. So this is the staircase we'd like to use. So over there, we will remove this. And people are coming down, putting in the pipe sections, getting this pump ready. Those are already removed, which is good. Now, do you reckon we have enough for another pump? We do. More microcline, enormous T-wood corkscrews, and a T-wood pipe section. That'll get that coming along. Total power needed 20, and how much are we getting from this? Well, up here, we are getting 40. We might need another windmill, I think, because that's still using 15. So it might be a good idea just to give us a bit of a surplus in power there. Buff it right next to it. We'll make it out of high wood for maximum fanciness. And animal check. A crab and a hornbill. Nothing super dangerous. Interesting. These are all good to go. Let's get this walled up. Actually, we'll do one bit at a time. You have so much fish in this fortress, it's ridiculous. And a bit more microcline, there we go. Cat, get out the way, please. Thank you, Cat, that's wonderful. So these guys are ready to go. I think all we're waiting for now... There we are. They are now generating 80 power. That's a bit better. Let's come down here, pull this lever, and see what we get. Hopefully what we get isn't a huge flood. Oh, it will be, because water will sneak around the edge there. Let's cancel that lever pull, shall we? Just for safety's sake. We'll mine over here. And we'll put in another little bit of a wall there, and then we should be fine. Then we should be plenty safe. There we are. Now, pop that in. Bit more microcline. It's a nice sky color. Like sky blue. It's really cool. There we are. Now, let's pull this lever. A lot of our dwarves are taking it easy, so as soon as we ask them to pull it, they just rush over. And here we go. All pumps are running. It doesn't look like they're pulling from that staircase, which is annoying. Yeah, we're only really pulling from one location. What if we channeled right on top of the stair? Oh yeah, we can do it. There we go. And there as well. So this is 1s and 2s, which isn't bad really. There we go. And this is pulling up further and further. So what we want to do is we really want to come in here and just do a lot of smoothing on this floor. Here we go. Our dwarves are smoothing as fast as they can. The more they smooth, the less water is going to come in. And then we'll come down to the next level. Look at these cute little pumps going absolutely ham just for us. I love it. It's smoothing and smoothing. And if we look, all that water is effectively gone now. We have this, which is drying up. Now if we come down another level, we need to get water back up to this level again. So, what we could do is we could do this. That'll mine us down to that level, and it'll give it a bit of space here. And that will let us get maybe 1 or 2 pumps with water coming up to this level, so it can get drained out of here. And of course we'll need to smooth up there, just to stop that from flooding in. Although that's not flooding. Ooh. That could be the edge of an aquifer right there. We need to kind of punch through normally anyway, but still that's interesting. There we go. So let's come down a wee bit. Yeah, but this is going to be very messy to get through here, but that's fine. I love watching these little things spin for some reason. It's quite nice. There we go. Yeah, still really into that heavy aquifer. Sometimes aquifers can be pretty deep, which would be a problem. So, we're going to do our usual trick. And so, what we'd like to do is we'd like to channel down here. Just like this. Yeah, actually I think on this side there would be best to channel. So if we mine that out, and then I think over there it'd actually be better to channel. I think. We'll figure this out as we go along, I'm certain. Hopefully the aquifer is not like 20 levels deep, right? There we go. I mean, a little bit of splash coming in from that square there, but our pumps are cleaning it up for us. So we'll do some smoothing. So we're getting the faintest amount, but as soon as it reaches there, it gets blasted over here, which is really handy. There we go, that's smoothed up now. So, we're wanting that there to channel down to here, so we can start draining water from this now. So if we build ourselves another pump, see, we could have done it from the other way, but it's fine. We'll make a kind of weird squiggly pump stick. So screw pump, just over there, using our usual good stuff. And this will need power. So, we'll get a little bit of a mechanism here, and you'll just send some power over this way. Hello, Sniper! How are you? Get ourselves a gear assembly. Do a bit of mining around here, so our dwarves can get on over. Hey, Sniper! Cheers for that resub. And you have hit 6 months. That is crazy. 6 whole months, half a year, man. That is wild, dude. Thanks so much. So we'd like to get that to be channeled down so we can pop a mechanism on top. In the meantime, let's pop a gear assembly up there. We have 5 left. We're gonna have to put some more. Migrants have arrived. Let's get them some room, shall we? You have no idea how you're able to sub? Magic somehow? I love it. Now, let's see. So, first thing we'd like to do, let's move this over to here. Do some microclimb. There we are. It's wrapping around the edge of that a bit closer. But the next thing we want to do is another gear assembly up there, and we want to get some wood to connect all these together. And we might want to even get some more mechanisms as well. But yeah, we do need to, let's see how many new dwarfs we got. We got one which was a child. So we've got 11 new dwarfs effectively, which is not bad really. So we've got Ishra, we've got Raina, but our new arrivals. We've got 2 more miners that came in. No, 1 more miner that came in. Someone's cleaning themselves for some reason, which is spooky, but alright. But yeah, we got some new lads coming on and helping out. That is just awesome. And Big Bam dropping a follow. Oh mate, you legend. Thanks so much. That's super appreciated. Welcome in. Hope you've been having a great day today. So, where is our mechanism workshop? Let me put it somewhere there. So, we're actually gonna do it this way. So, rock mechanisms. And we're gonna get this repeating now, because I'm getting the feeling that we might need quite a few mechanisms now. It might take us a while to drill through that. Meanwhile, while that's happening, let's get ourselves a lovely new place to live just over here. Just trying out some new bedroom configurations, you know, just for fun. Mine around the edge of it. There we go. So this is almost ready now. We just need to get these little bits of wood in. So let's do ourselves some horizontal axles. One from here to here. We'll use a bit of papaya wood. And one from here to here. Using some more papaya wood. And this will drain water from here, which will drain water from this whole staircase. Throw it up to here, which will let us do some smoothing again. And we'll just keep doing this as we go down and down and down. And every now and again we might need to build another windmill or something. There we go. See, this is running now. We can see that filling up, which means up here is grabbing water. And this, slowly but surely, this is draining. It's not quite fast enough. You see there's still 6s and 7s in there. But it's draining. So I don't think our dwarves will be able to get down there because that's getting too deep too quickly. But I think we could get an extra bit of a staircase down there. Just like that. Hold on, let's try that again. Yeah, there we go. Dwarves will be able to reach that a bit easier. I just want that wider because I want water to flow to that faster. And of course we want as much smoothing around absolutely everything. See, dwarves are coming down to smooth what they can, and the more they smooth, the easier they'll be able to smooth everything else. There will be a few cancellations like that, but you know, we'll get there, we'll get there. And we're smoothing and smoothing. That we were attempting to anyway. Yeah, we're getting a lot of cancellations. Dwarves are getting spooked by the water. Come on, even one smooth is a victory. Yeah, lots of dangerous terrain warnings. See, they're trying, they're trying. It's because I keep getting spooked by the very deep water. So, let's see. Oh, we've got to make sure we actually smooth over here as well, that's important. Because there'll be water draining down this. And into here, which will help pull this up. Oh, we do have a couple of smooths down here, look at that. There we go, that'll make things a bit easier there. Now, can we do a bit of a smooth there maybe? Maybe some more up this way? Remember, every little smooth makes things easier. We will get cancellations because dwarfs will get spooked by the water. But Oh, they're trying, they're trying. And once we get this calmed down, we can get some more mechanisms and some more pumps going. Now, what we could do... So we could get another pump maybe running here or something, and then mining further around it. Tempting. So we might be better off having a pump run here maybe. And pumping up to this, and then we have one little staircase over there. I think our dwarves can walk past that, I think. Or does it block? Yeah, no new smoothing. That is a pity. But hey, we got food and drink. We're alright. Actually, how's our beds doing over here? Yeah, look at this. Nice. So, let's build ourselves some doors. Closest material will be just fine for now. And some beds. Oh, and let's make sure we still don't have any animals down there. So we'll come up here. Because I thought I saw a donkey. I did see a donkey. There you go. Up you go. So yeah, this is not too bad. I think it would be nice to have another pump. So we might put a pump here. Yeah. So those steps might be in the way, but we'll have a look. BMP for your pump. And we can. Nice. And it'll leach power from this as well. So dwarf should come down, be able to get that going. Once that's built, we will channel that staircase there out. And there'll be two pumps going absolutely crazy for us, which will be great. We just need a piece of block now. There we go. And... oh no, we've saved so much power from this that it's shut down now. That's alright. We just need another windmill. And someone will come up and get this done very quickly. Our dwarves are hard workers. More drinks as well. Drinks and food. Our dwarves are so lucky. I'm telling you. Some more bedrooms. There we go. We have enough for every single dwarf in the fort now. Not including the children, but that's fine. This is already evaporating because it's such a big area. Oh no, there we go, power's up. These two are running. This one's not going to be draining anything yet because the staircase is in the way. But we can channel out the staircase because we don't really need that anymore. There we go. Now water's coming up to here. And immediately being drawn out by that one now. There we go. And this is much, much shallower. So hopefully our dwarves will be able to work down here a bit easier. See, the people are trying to come up and smooth it. Oh, so close, so close. You dwarves can do it. I believe in you. So they keep getting spooked and running away, and they're like, oh no, no, this is far too damp for me. Oh, there we go. That's gotten smooth, that's gotten smooth, and every little smooth piece means there's less water in the system. So these dwarves should be pretty good to smooth the majority of this now. There we go. Dwarves are doing their best, they're not necessarily succeeding. Basically what happens is once it gets to 4 they cancel. But look, another smooth. We're getting there. You can just imagine the dwarves shrieking and yelling as they're down there working in the tunnel, trying to smooth stuff up before they get flooded. Oh, they're trying, we're getting some cancellations. People are getting spooked. Ah, there we go, was that a smooth? No, it's still rough hewing. People are trying now, come on, you can do it, dwarves. They'll be in there for a second and be like, oh, too much water, backing out. There we go. Basically, once we get smoothing done, things get much easier. This is all 1s and 2s. I've got a few 7s there, but that's alright. Things are dropping down here. And when they come down here, it looks like they mostly just turn into mist, which is nice. Because they come all the way down, and what's happening is they're hitting this. This is part of the aquifer. And when things flow into an aquifer, they disappear. So the water we're pumping from here is actually just flowing into this, which is really handy. Yep, there's a save. There's early autumn. We are going to get the dwarves this month. Or this season, rather. The dwarves will come up and they'll be like, hey man, what do you got to trade? And we'll be like, well, we've got fish. And some gems. Come on, dwarves, you can do it. Let's do a little bit of smoothing. I believe in you, dwarves. Listen, dwarves, I would appreciate it if you didn't get so spooked by water, you know? I'll get there eventually, I'm certain. Yeah, I think what we're doing next time is we're going to have the steps just be one wide, just coming down from one, and then we'll have the 2 pumps draining from that instead. Because this is a wee bit too much for our dwarves to handle. You can kind of see there's all that panic and rush about. We're so close though. Oh, is that smooth? That is smooth. Because otherwise it'd say rough. It'd say like down here, rough hewn. So that is another smooth. Our dwarves are doing their best, and remember, every smooth tile is one less tile that's generating water for us. Oh. I just like watching them panic about and rush back and forth. Come on now, you lot. How are we doing up here? Up and over here, we're looking pretty happy. We've built our new still, so we can get rid of the old one now, and we'll build ourselves a kitchen as well. Kitchen just over here. This is a wee bit ridiculous, but I love it. Our dwarves haven't managed to smooth anything more yet. They're trying. They're trying, but that deep water, it keeps spooking them. Alright, he almost did it. He almost did it. As soon as he hits 3, I think. 3 or 4, they run away. But we've seen them do this little stretch here, so we know it's possible. And once this is done, we're going to put more pumps for the floor down here. And we'll just start building like a traditional pump stack. It's going to take them a wee while, so we will kind of keep an eye on what's going on up here. Oh, that reminds me, up here, because we've swapped seasons, let's get some more plants going. And the weather is cleared up. Wonderful. I'm sure our dwarves are loving that. Oh, no new smooths. I also wouldn't mind digging down another floor, because it'll help this thing kind of drain a wee bit. So I know there's damp stone game. That's why we have a pump stack, to try and save us. There we go, someone's coming down to work on it. There we go. See, that's evaporating now, because water's pouring into this hole. Nice and handy. So we will smooth a wee bit if we can. And with it only being 1s and 2s, we should be able to smooth it pretty happily now. If we're lucky. Come on bud, you can do it. Yeah, there you go. Damp, smooth conglomerate wall. This is 1, 2s and 3s, which is a bit of a problem. I love watching them jostle around and get panicked. There we go, we're doing it from here this time. You can do it, buddy. There we go. So we are getting occasional 4s, but our dwarves are going pretty hard out. 1s and 2s down there, we might be lucky. So this being 7. So down here, we're going to channel across 2. Yeah, because Actually, we need to mine that out because we're going to put a pump just below it. Now there's a bit of danger. We should be fine enough. Look at them jostle about. You lunatics. Calm down, dwarves. Oh, there we go. Oh, they're getting washed around. Jostling everywhere. Absolute madman. There we are. So here, we are going to have to mine back another one and then down. And then let our pump stack draw from here again. So, we'll mine here. Our dwarves are still having an absolute adventure splashing about. They're going to be getting pretty good swimmers by this point, really. Let's have a look. Skills. Other skills. Dabbling swimmer. There we go. Our dwarves are going to be absolute legendary swimmers by the end. There we go. Another square of mining there. And I'll make sure to tell our dwarves to smooth on this side if they can. All the way down to there, please, if you can. Don't worry about smoothing that floor. That's fine. And we'll channel right there. That channel will have two good things for us. First off, if they don't cancel it again, it'll work to drain water down to here, which will be nice. Oh, he's trying again there. Someone's going to try over here as well now, if we're lucky. And more migrants. Population 17. No, we're not going to get any more until we really boost the value of our fortress. So that's one of our next goals, I'm thinking. So that was what, another 3 or 4? Yeah, I think it was another 4, wasn't it? There we go. Get a little bit of this coming along as you do. I know, I'm kind of liking this room design. These weird little blobs, and they all sort of connect together compared to these ones, which are also weird little blobs, but they all have their doors pointing away from each other. How are we doing down here? Oh. Our poor old dwarfs, man, they are trying. So that's still not channeled. People are trying to smooth though. I do appreciate that. I think if they smooth from there... Oh, that's still hitting 3s, huh? You want that to be channeled as well, right there. It's going to take a while, but our dwarves will get there, I promise. Meanwhile, while that's happening, we have our basic kitchens. And for our basic kitchens, we're going to say, every now and again, just make some lavish meals. And we'll say, let's see, the first thing you want to say is if there's 100 drinks, you can do it. So we'll say type will be drinks. There we go. If there's at least 100 drinks, then you can make some food. And we'll very quickly actually come into our labour, I think. Yeah, labour kitchen. And we're going to say, do not cook drinks, please. There we go. We're also going to say, I'm actually somewhat alright with them cooking plump helmets, but we do have a lot of fish. We'll see how it goes. And down here, people are trying. People are trying. Oh, we got some people getting close there. I'm tempted to put a spare staircase there, just to give it another place to drain down, because water that goes down will spill into the aquifer. That'll hopefully make things a bit easier. There we go. We're heading with 2s and 4s, well 3s and 4s rather, which isn't good, but I'm still hopeful. Yeah, a lot of cancellations, which is annoying. What we could do is we could give up on that one and try again like over here and just pump it back into this again. That might be better actually. Yeah, so let's come up, turn this lever off, because we kind of have a better idea on how you want to handle this. Because this is too wide, so our dwarves can't handle it, not really. Here we go, that's all turned off. This will evaporate pretty quickly. Our dwarves will keep getting spooked out down here. And this will fill up to 7s pretty quick. You see, no it won't, because it'll keep draining into that. Well, whatever, it's fine. So, what we want then, first things, we're going to, oops, pop that open. And then over here, we'll mine this across. This is its stamp, but it's just because there's water on the floor. There we go, dwarves are working hard, chewing this out. And we'll mine across from there to here. And what we're wanting is, first off, a path around the back there, that'd be good. But also would like to channel that. So we'll do that right at the end, I think. But what we want is 2 pumps. So, machines and fluids. And we'll get our screw pumps. Make sure they pump this way this time. And we can do this. Same with you. There we go. And we'll actually mine that up, just so we can get some mechanisms over to this. Not there, thank you. But yeah, over to there like that, that'll be good. And we can start pulling these down, because we will be using all those logs and mechanisms and whatnot for other stuff. One down there, that's slated, perfect. I don't think we need that mechanism, because we'll just have a thing running across, I think. We can leave those running, that's fine. But yeah, so we'll channel that out. And we will build ourselves the good old horizontal axles. Some off this way. There we are. Right up to there. One up that way like that, and then we can get ourselves our gear assembly again. Oop, hold on now. Gear assembly, there we go. And just rebuild that. Should be something nearby we can build that with. There we are. So when we pull this lever, that'll start getting filled, and we'll drain from that. There we are. Nice and easy, so that's working now, which is good. The other thing we want to do is I would like some beers. There we go. That's some more bedrooms. We'll eventually make these bedrooms a bit fancier as we go along, but you know, we're early days at the moment. So bedroom, multi, perfect. Bedrooms for every door from the fort now. So while that's happening, we want to dump water into here from the level below. So you want to come in and first we'd like to smooth. Smoothing is always the best plan. And what we'll do is we'll mine 2, 3 to there. As well as a little bit of a pathway or something, but we're smoothing first, we're going slowly. We don't want to mine too much at once like we did the last time. There we are. So that's all smoothed out now. So we'll mine the next little bit. So they'll be mining and then smoothing and mining and smoothing again. There we go. And the reason we're smoothing is because we want to snag those little corners. So this is still 1s and 2s, which is very easy for our dwarves to deal with. Oh, they're getting a bit washed away there. But we got that corner, there we go. And again. So if we put it to there, then we'll have space to draw more water up and pop it into here. There we go. So this is 2s and 3s, which is about where we had our problems last time. Yeah, yeah, because I'll be dashing back and forward now. They're trying, no, they're trying. Yes, so basically when it hits 3, they have a problem. But what we can do... Oh, they did it, never mind. I was gonna say, we'd have to be a bit crafty, but no, we'll be fine. We'll just mine out one spot this time for maximum safety. And one other thing we'd like to do now is our dwarves are probably wanting somewhere to sit down and have a drink. So we'll come over here and we'll carve out just a small temporary little place for our dwarves to have a nice bit of a booze, and maybe if they're lucky a nice little spot to dance as well. There we go. And we'll have a nice little entrance up there. It doesn't have to be too hardcore. Like I'm saying, this is mostly temporary, so if in a few years this will be replaced with something much nicer. So this is running pretty hectic at the moment because we do have that little spot there. Nope, people are rushing around. They're trying to get to that though. There we go. He's doing it. They're trying, but as soon as they get a little bit of patch of 3 in their way, they give up. We'll see. We'll give them a bit of time. Over here, we've got our miners working away on this stuff. Let's make sure our farms are still operational. They are. We're out of seeds, but that's alright. We have plenty of drink. Our dwarves are probably pretty happy with that. We have 2 dwarves who are getting very upset. They're upset dwarves. It's far too early for that. What's the problem? Ah, unable to practice a craft. Being unable to acquire something fairly lonely. They want to pray. So, I'm guessing what I would like is for our craft dwarf workshop to every now and again just make some crafts out of rock. Probably have rock everywhere, so that's fine. And we'll say every season make a handful of rock crafts. That'll get us some more smiley faces. Oh, that's a very angry dwarf now. Oh, there's a starving animal. Alright, you. Come down here. That yak bull. Up you come, bud. So this is running. It's all smoothed out and happy. We'll nail in that little spot now. So someone will come over and snag that, and then we'll smooth behind it. And then we can channel and put in some more machines. I think at the moment our doors are very busy. They're mostly working on this, getting us a little bit of Mosagate as well, which is very good. Now I wouldn't mind getting down to the magma once we're done with this, and just starting to smelt wholesale, and getting bars smeared all across the fortress. It'll really boost our wealth and make things a lot better. We're getting a lot of water down here. Where's that coming from? Ah, that's not damp. That's all, The wood's coming in through these little edges here. No, apparently not. I am confused. Oh, it's coming from the ceiling, that's right. That'll be our problem. It was very dry for a minute though, which is cool. Hopefully that doesn't become too much of a problem. You want a channel there. And that is what's leaking. Someone mined it just a little bit and then left. I see. Oh, there's a save. There's a save. We're early winter. You know the dwarves never came to trade with us? We never got the trade from the dwarves. Dear dwarves, we needed that. Please, deliver us plants. Oh, this is mined out. Almost mined out, that is. We're slapping a couple of doors up here. And this is going to be our tavern. Let our dwarves have some friends, have a few drinks occasionally, when they're not battling the aquifer down in the depths below. Turn that into a new inn/tavern, the Tummy of Pigs. The Tummy of Pigs. A happy place for every dwarf. We're going to ask for some tables and chairs. There we go. And our thrones, there we go. 10 of each, just so our people have somewhere to sit and eat and drink and whatnot. Down here, how we doing? Stop getting spooked, dwarves. Come on now. You can do it. As soon as it hits 3, our dwarves like, nope, don't like it. So we need to mine that out so we can get that constructed and smooth the space behind it. That's our current and only issue. The other thing we need to think about doing is getting some... look at that, they've mined it. Now we need to do is smooth one little square there. But look, it's dry now. Life is improving. We'll channel that as well. And then we can get our next set of pumps coming in. There we go. So, the one thing I've forgotten to do is we need a mechanism coming down there. Usually we'd channel there and there, which we will be doing this time. Just because usually that's how you link up your machines. We should have done that very early on, but I forgot. So we're channeling there and there, and over here we'll be sending this down so it can link up on that side. There we go. There we are. Now, what we need is another mechanism. Right there. And one here. So BM, gear assembly. Oh, no access. Oh. We have to turn that into a floor for a minute. We are low on gems, but that's okay. We can always just snag some more eventually. People are hanging out. No one's working hard in this fortress. People will come in for a minute. We're already getting masterpieces, which is crazy. But people are coming in occasionally. Doing a wee bit of work down here in the mines, trying to deal with this flooding. There's our block floor, nice. We could smooth this just to get that to calm down a wee bit. Another masterpiece, a church door this time, and we've made some more rock pots. You have one very angry dwarf. Not super angry, but still getting there. Still getting there, slowly but surely. There's our smoothing coming in. Oh. Ooh, ouch. Sad times. We just lost a carpenter. Slipped into here, washed down by the water, drowned away. That's going to be some miasma because no one will be able to get down to that for a wee while yet. But here, we're going to put on our mechanism. There's our mechanism, and then we can start getting our pumps in. The first thing we need to do is we're going to put a piece of floor over there, otherwise we won't be able to get across. There we go. We might be better off doing mechanisms down the side, at a guess. We'll see. But for now, let's get our pumps. So we can do a pump like this. Just get that one done first. We will need a staircase as well at some point. Very slowly we're going, but we're getting there. And I see we're getting some tables and stuff up here now. We've got our thrones in. Pop in another one. And a handful of tables. There we are. Some more along this side. So our dwarves have somewhere to sit. And we're going to ask for some mugs. There we go. A good stack of 10 will get our dwarf smiling. Nope, we're out of plant elements. We have a good amount of plants though, so I'm not too concerned. This is riding now, sucking water out of here, setting that to 1s and 2s. So should we have our staircase on that side? That should work, right? Probably. Now, over there, oh, that's mine down, perfect. Make sure we're all smoothed up, I think we are. We have one spot there. Now, the big problem we're going to face is that's filled with water already. I love it. No, I don't think we can reach that. Oh, we can. Interesting. Maybe it's because they're going around there. I thought the pump would be in the way. There we are. And there. Just to give us a bit of a side access would be good. There we go. So this is 1s and 2s, but it's not bad. That pump is dealing with it nice and happily. Wild boars are fighting many dogs at the moment, and our miner also getting in on the action. Please don't get injured. I saw a dwarf recite nettles in the oblivion at the tummy of pigs. I feel some delight. Nice. So our miners keeping happy. Now this poor old dwarf's getting washed away a wee bit. It's alright though. I like watching them getting washed back a wee bit by that. And it's pretty fun. So we're going to build ourselves our next pump, I think. There we go. Oh, people are dashing about. Oh, people are walking on top of that, so it doesn't block. Interesting. Well, that's handy. There's our tables. We've got all the gear in there, and that's done, and it's running. How much power do we have at the moment? We have 90, about 11 left actually. So let's get up to the surface here, build ourselves another one of our fantastic windmills. There we go. Still, we have nothing to eat. Well, nothing from the farm anyway. We have 130 drinks, which isn't bad, but if we wanted, we could just, you know, do a bit of that and grab some goodies off the surface. There's still no giant animals, so I'm guessing we're fine on that front. No. We have an agitated coati? Hello. You're on the other side of the map and can't reach us. So agitated means we've created such a ruckus that the local wildlife has become upset and decided to attack us. But this is not a giant animal, it's only normal size. So maybe the game is being polite and friendly to us at the moment. There we go, another pump. And yeah, and people are walking right through that if they need to, that's handy. Nope, miasma. Damn it. So, let's get this. I was going to say mine it, but we should probably smooth all this stuff first. Just to get that safe, and then we'll mine through there. Dwarves are trying. Dwarves are trying. Oh, we had a cancellation. There's a smoothing. There's another one. There we go. Just make sure we're not missing any. Nah, we're alright. Perfect. So, let's mine up that square. And if we're lucky, we can get ourselves a bit of a rock coffin. There we go. We'll get 10 of those on the way. We're making our mugs. That'll be more happier dwarves, because now they can sit somewhere and drink. There you go. We'll also do a bit of smoothing so we can get some engravings going on in here. Dwarves love to engrave things. They get a little bit of a mood buff for doing a well done job. So I'll have that happening occasion. There we go, there's a corpse just for us. A little bit of miasma as well if you're wanting to really upset your dwarves. And while that's happening, we'll smooth that. More and more water coming out here, getting quite heavy, quite full now, but still thundering down here into the staircase. And we're saying, how much is our power now? Oh, we still haven't built this lad up here. Are we a bit busy, dwarves? Oh, we've suspended it? Impressive. There we go, someone's coming up. I'm guessing there was like a cat or something in the way. Maybe someone saw a pig off in the distance and was like, oh no, not the piggy. There we go, here comes our logs. Someone's working hard just for us. We're getting lots of fights from piggies again. Oh, the stone carver's left upper leg skids along the ground. Did you fall off something? You did, you fell down in here. Be careful now, buddies. Don't you get yourself too injured. Just smoothing this little corner here up. Shouldn't be too bad, but they're feeling a bit dramatic apparently. Over here, that's been smoothed, which is good. Mind that. Let's see. So that's out now. These are jumping between 2s and 3s, which isn't the greatest, but it's probably about the best we can do at the moment. So we're smooth? Nope. Go on. You can do it, dwarfs. So once that's removed, we'll actually channel that down at some point. They're trying, they're not getting there. But remember, every little smooth helps us out. Oh, you almost had it. They're just getting a bit spooked by that fall there. And I see that little bone is kind of like blasting up and down from where our dwarves are like running these machines now. Seems a bit silly, but it's alright. Dogs and wild boars are fighting. As long as they don't come inside the fortress. Nope, they've come inside the fortress. And they're heavily injured. Now, we are smoothing. It's fantastic. Let's do a bit of engraving in here, shall we? A little bit over this side as well. And if we get even a little bit of value in here, we'll start getting performers coming to visit. And when they come to visit, they'll actually help out in the fortress, which is really cool. How are we doing down here? No big victories yet, they're trying. Same with up here. Just making sure, have we smoothed along there? We haven't, there's our problem. That'll be generating water as well. I think the floor does generate water, so be careful with that. There's our coffins. Oh, and some miasma. Did someone leave a dog corpse on the floor? So, new rubbish pit. It's gonna be maybe just over here next to this tree. Rubbish dump, there we go. Just to let us get rid of a few bonus corpses inside the mini fortress we're building here. Mini for now, but it'll get bigger later on. Hey, there we go. We've smoothed that one. None of the floor's been smoothed yet, but people are trying. If they stood there, they could smooth that. Oh no, it was smooth there, nice. This dwarf's jostling around next to a skeleton. How was that? Every little bit of smoothing helps us out. You're getting a few cancellations here and there, but if they stand there, there's almost no water, so they should be able to smooth pretty happily, if we're lucky. In saying that, they've been trying to smooth that area for a while. So much drama from those wild boars coming into the fortress. Why are you even inside, random piggy? Hey, Trotsky, hello. See, look at this wild boar being like, you know, I could run inside a fortress right now. That'd be fun. Get out of here, piggies. Look, we'll even put in a little bit of a wall, just to try and hopefully deter some piggies. How are we doing down here? So this is still needing to be smoothed. I think over here we've smoothed probably nothing here. We also want to channel these down. That'd be very nice if we could. I'm gonna admit, it is pretty funny seeing them jostle around as they're trying to work on stuff. One thing we could do, so we could build flooring. Someone's trying to work on it. We'll resume it. This might work. It's just they'll see the water and get spooked. Ah, there's our floor done. There we go. We'll do this up here as well. Water at location, but come on, you can let us do it, huh? There we go. And we'll watch and bully them until they get it done. Well, we could do the same over here as well. Resume, come on, you're almost there. Oh, almost done. Could they pause it rather than cancelling it completely? Bard, you can do it. He's being mean now. Too spooked by the water. Same with you. You didn't even have yet a little bit of rock in there just yet. Come on. Partially constructed. Construction nearly done. There we go. There's a bit of floor. Gonna get the same down here. Those fives up there are brutal, man. But we got some flooring done, which means there's going to be less and less water being generated in here now, which is great. Waiting for that game to finish saving. I think we might need to reconstruct some walls down here just to limit some of this flow until we can get things a bit more under control. So this is block floors here and up there. But these are 2s, 3s and 4s, which means probably we won't be able to smooth them too easily. We can try, but more than likely that'll get rejected. They're trying. But I think if we put a wall there, it might make things a bit easier. That is a block floor. We're just waiting for that to be smooth. Let's keep getting surprised by the water all the time. Resume this. I'll get it done shortly. Come on, you can do it. You put a floor there just before. Don't get spooked now. There we go. So hopefully if we're lucky, that'll make things a wee bit easier. But I'm seeing 5s and 6s there, which is very worrying. It's because they're actually suctioning from all of that, which is a big concern. What we could do, we could put another piece of wall there, mine that out to smooth that. That could work. There we go. I mean, this could work. It could also be a gigantic waste of time, but we'll see. I mean, worst comes to worst, we'll just swing the pumps around this way. That's fine too. Meanwhile, up here, people are hanging out in the new tavern. We have little lumps of hematite everywhere. People are fighting, possibly either getting in fights with wild boar and stuff, or just slipping and getting shoved around by all the water. We even have suspensions up here now. Animals just spooking everyone all the time. Pop in some doors. There we go. And hopefully that'll be at least a little bit less in the way of nosy wild boars. So down here, keep pushing our way through this, because this is 3s and 4s. I don't think we'll ever manage to get something built in a 3 and a 4, but there's the occasional one down here. Yep, we got the block, and forget the block, and that means we've won. Construction initiated. There we go. That's the next step done. Oh, this is so silly. Yeah, I think it's the 5s in there as being a problem, huh? Which is, I gotta admit, pretty annoying. Yeah, I think it was that us channeling down there was the big issue originally. If it wasn't for that, we could mine our way slowly across here. We're still having trouble even smoothing that though, which is a bit silly. Come on now, dwarves. Partially constructed? Oh, we're getting there. Maybe we can get this done. It's only like buildable for like fraction of a moment though, that's the problem. As soon as the dwarf touches it, it's a victory. partially constructed. Ah, come on, you can do it. Construction nearly done, that's what we like to see. There we go. That buys us a bit of time. Now, what I'd like to do is mine out there and just have another bit of a pump that blasts over this way. I think that'd make things a wee bit easier in there. I mean, worst comes to worst, we just make another wee little downwards thing, but that's fine. Oh, that should be a ramp, not a... There we go. Damn it. That is not a ramp. Smoothing and smoothing. You'll mine this to there, same as before. But we'll just let these two up there take whatever this guy pumps out. It's the girl. But we'll see how well that works. That's sevens and whatnot. Which is pretty extreme, but it's alright. We'll manage. Let's get our smoothing coming in. Bone dwarfs, you can do it. Do a bit of smoothing. They're jostling. No cancellations though. There we are. We're getting there. Bit of smooth here, there. Got a little bit over there to do. There we are. The floor is smooth. We're just waiting for these little corners. One over there should be nice. You'll mine that one up. And we will now build ourselves another pump. And hopefully this will fix up the mess, the mess I made downstairs. So we'll slap that in. Water at this location. Come on, man. There's also a dwarf in the way. Dwarf, get out of there. Listen now, you. Go on. It might be time for us to try and build a pump somewhere else. We'll see though. Come on, you can do it. Yeah, see, that's just permanent water at this location. Damn. Alright. Well, I see a good spot over here to do it in then. And we'll get another attempt on this side. So yeah, I think all that killed us that time is we channeled there and we really shouldn't have. If we didn't do that, we'd be fine. So also cancel that smooth. And we'll mine that out. Oh, I see we're getting a little bit of an aquifer over there. That is extremely bad, actually. Alright, let's come over this way then. Fine. Ooh, there's a splashy there. I didn't realize we broke through right there. That's very bad. Can I wall that up? Hopefully we'll be able to. Ah, look at that. There we go. That's what we like to see. Bit of damp stone's been located. Oh yeah. Oh, over there. Yeah, that's fine. No migrants. Yeah, we're gonna have a few little warnings about there not being migrants for a while. It's alright. So we'll channel there. We will need to come up and turn this off. So many pumps. Let's get ourselves some more pump goodies, shall we? So we're wanting wooden pipe sections. And some wooden screws. Actually, no, it's corkscrews, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. Enormous wooden corkscrews, 10 of each, please. Dogs and wild boar all over the fortress are fighting. We'll chop that out. Oh, actually, that's too far back. Well, that's fine. We also need a whole bunch of mechanisms sending power over this way now. And rather channeling that forward a bit, we're just going to put a bit of a wall there. That'll make things easier. And let's get ourselves a gear assembly right there, please. Build ourselves some horizontal axles straight off this way. Another gear assembly up there. Perfect. And actually that's too far away, isn't it? I'll cancel that. And you get out the way as well. Cancel that, please. Go on, off you go. There we go. So we're wanting the mechanism there. So we'll send that straight across to there. There we go. Do ourselves an assembly there. There we go. Because that'll just be sending power down to our screw pumps, which are going to be down this way. Yes. 2 stray dogs have been found dead. Angrier and angrier faces abound in the fortress. There we go. And we need another axle straight up and down to there. Actually, not even to there. Cancel that. Let's try that again. I want that to come down like 2 squares. Oh, not vertical, thank you. Horizontal is much better. There we go. And then we can do ourselves our screw pump. Yep. And that should be upward slopes. I love it. There we go. There's our mechanisms. And over there we will need a little bit of a pathway to come around because we need to put mechanisms there. These poor old pumps of ours. We've been treating them so badly. Alright, let's come up, get this running. There is one other technique we can do apart from this, and that is to have a small hole with even more than just a normal pump stack. We'll have pumps up around the edges of everything, blasting megatons of water out, which is what we might end up having to do. For now, smoothing time. We're doing it slowly but surely. And while that's happening, let's come up to our fortress over here. Because we have, I'm guessing, a few dwarfs, not up to much. So we're going to get our chests. So, rock coffers. We're going to get those coming in. And we're going to ask for some cabinets as well. Let our dwarves get a bit more of a fancy stuff going on in the bedrooms. There we go. That's what we like to see. That does make me laugh, all that mess. There we go, that's all smoothed up, which is great. Mine another square forward. Nice and carefully. I wonder if there is a way to recover that. Or even that one there, that'd be nice. Now this is coming up. Smooth again. we have some more wild piggies. Please don't be in the fortress, wild piggy. The wild piggy has come into the fortress. Listen. I don't know why they want to keep coming in here. Look at this one. Look at that pig sneaking into our fortress. Why? This is now your second fort. Oh, so it's the second fort you've created in the last 20 years with 200 dwarves. You think this fort might be capable of becoming a mountain home. Your queen has demanded it. You've just never done it before. Oh, nice, good stuff. Our fortress has run out of food. What happened to our fisher dwarf that was supposed to be fishing? Jeez. Oh, you know what probably happened to our fisher dwarf that was supposed to be fishing? They might have died. Had a rough guess. Let's have a look. See, fisher dwarfs? Oh, we have a fisher dwarf. Rhino. We'll have this weaver help out with a bit of fishing. So that's all smooth. The water has calmed down. We'll mine another couple and all smooth again. Once that's smooth, then we'll get this carved out as well and smoothen that. I hear our miners are taking it easy. Yep. I'm fairly certain we had a lot more than that in the way of miners at one point. Worrying. Buddy, can you focus on mining? Let's see. Drinks are a wee bit low, but we'll get some plants coming in. No one's fishing just yet. Right up, please. Needs unrotten cookable item. And who has died over here? Which rotten animal? Can we throw that in the bin as well? You guys can do it. Another piggy has entered the fortress. And another dead dog. I don't understand why these pigs want to come in here. Let's build ourselves. I think a restraint with a rope chain. And we'll fit just up there. And hopefully, if we put some two of these and attach dogs to them, they'll keep all the attacked pigs from wandering into our fortress and harassing our animals. Right, bit of smoothing. Wait, is that not? Oh, it is an aquifer, but for some reason, it's not aquifiring at the moment. That's fine. Look at all these attempts to try and break through the aquifer. Madness! You've had one dwarf in all this time pass from light orange to a darker red. And you've had your first failed fell mood. You're focused on happy. 201 dwarves right now. All a shade of green except yet 8 yellows. Oh, nice. Yeah, man. Yeah. I've been really knocking it out of the park. It's awesome. Over here, let's channel down one. Actually, no, not quite that yet. Almost. We need to knock out a space just in here for our mechanisms. Just like that should be wonderful. Hey, Silent Crow, how you going, man? Hope you've been having a nice day, dude. Hope things are cooling down for you just the smallest amount. Why is this not flooding everywhere? It's very strange. We have the faintest amount of food, really low on drinks as well. So right, here's another thing we can do. So there's lychees everywhere, tea tree capsules, macadamia nuts, avocados. We're going to set up a nice big gathering area. Just about that size. There we go. And now more dwarves will go off and gather more plants and fruit and whatnot. That's all smooth, which is great. Let's pop in a channel there. Knock that out as well. Build ourselves a new mechanism. We put a gear assembly right there. And another one up here. started raining on the surface. That's alright though. Look at these dogs just hooning around in here. Do we have our rope set up yet at the entrance? We do, good. Let's see, time to assign. Let's see, we want actual dogs, not just puppies. One over there, and over here. Another doggy if we can. We'll go for that one. And the goal is to try and keep those disastrous wild boar from snotting around our fortress. We're waiting for those mechanisms. I think everyone's off gathering plants, which is good because we really need them. We really need that drink. Yep, and there we go. Early summer. I'm surprised we haven't had visitors coming in from other parts of the world. We should have elves and humans nearby. I'm glad we haven't had visitors in the form of little angry goblins. We should probably get on that actually. That will be a problem eventually. First thing we'd like to do, let's get ourselves a ramp right there, just so we can reach this upper area. Do we have anything to grow? We have pigtails. Boy, I wish those dwarves turned up to trade with us. That would have been so much better. Okay, that's looking good. Let's get ourselves a screw pump. Just over there. And in regards to angry animals, we have two agitated coatl, but they live on this side, and they cannot reach us. Good old coatl are not swimmers, which is good because they cause all sorts of untold ruckus otherwise. So, waiting for this one. Another 10 wooden pipe sections have been completed, which is good. Because now it is time for us to get another pump. And we'll pop it right in there. That'll get us a little bit more power, get this running. Start getting that water out the back end there. And we'll make a little bit of a side entrance down here, like we did with that one. But hopefully we'll make it a bit better, you know. Good. And with that, let's turn this back on. Oh, that's already running. Ooh, that's worrying. If that's running... we've run out of power. We need 178. You have 160. That's alright. All we need is to pop in another one of these. Slam in a windmill. We'll snag... We'll put some up and over here a wee bit, so there's a bit of a distance between them. It'll kind of look cool, I promise. We can even put some horizontal axles between them, just like this. We'll get a little bit of stylishness going on. Oh, masterpiece coffers. Talking about coffers, what happened to that coffin we were working on? If you mind a wee spot there, that's a perfect spot for us to build a coffin. Get a little tomb for that one dead dwarf we have. They're currently sat in there. Maybe we can reach them, I don't know. So, how are we going up here? Have we started? Got the logs? We've got the logs. People are working on it. There we go. See, now we have a big thing that goes from there to there. It looks kind of nice. I like it at least. The consequences of having your civilization be wiped out. The year of your embark has taught you so much about dwarven culture, music and poetry. Yesterday you got a troop of bards come to visit. They went into your opulent public tavern with 16 misters and statues in it, and almost instantly asked to become residents. Now they've just demanded tribute from their civ. So you've just demanded tribute from their civs, so they can buy their musical instruments. Nice. That's actually pretty onto it, man. Okay, so our next goal will be to smooth. Same as before. We just need to make a little bit of a space over to there. Not too difficult. Just mine that out. There you go. Now hopefully people can start smoothing this if they can, if we're lucky. Maybe not. That's right, we can always just mine this one out. I'm just waiting for that to smooth land first. This is like the sound of music, and you're Captain Von Trapp. You want to hear music in the fort again, and sing Edelweiss with your children. I love it. Drinks are 63. We have 79 food. All is well in the fortress. How about if we mine that out? Does that make things a bit easier? Does it make it massively worse? There we go. Hopefully we can do a bit of smoothing there. Why are our doors not coming down to smooth? Oh, they're all gathering plants. Fair enough. 97 plants now. Our dwarfs are going ham. Surely that's enough for now, dwarfs. Listen, planters. We're gonna say only these lads can do planting. There you go. Everyone else needs to get back to work. Dwarfs, please. Oh, we're paused? Is that our problem? Just waiting for that smooth, dwarfs. Might be. I'm wondering, because our doors should be able to path through that, but they're not. They can mine through it, which is fine. Oh, they're still gathering plants? Well. Stone Carver, your job's not to gather plants, thank you. Is that really gathering plants, or are you just standing having a talk? Don't bother trying to play on my emotions, he cries. There we go. Yeah. Now hopefully dwarfs will start working, if we're lucky. Having a drink. There's our mechanisms coming in. How are we doing down here? Not even a single sausage is coming to smooth. You're having a munch. We just have to wait for people to kind of get back to it, you know. Or we could set this to extreme high priority and be like, hey. I wonder if they're not wanting to path through that, because they should be able to. We saw that miner do it. Now if this gets mined out the way. Nope, still nothing. Well, whatever. Ah, what a mess we're making. I love it. So, other things we can do involve such dastardly things as creating a little bit of an above ground forge. Well, not above ground, but you know, non-magma based forge is what I was going for. There we go. Let's get this coming on over this way. Because even if we can't, it takes us a long time to breach through that, with many attempts, we can at least start getting migrants in due to our fantastic forge. That should be pretty good, I reckon. It's interesting to me that the dwarves aren't touching that anymore. We're still gathering plants. Ah, you know why? planters. Only select to do this, but everyone else is doing it as well. Ah. We mix... Everyone does planting, that's fine. Plant gatherers is what it's meant. Right, you lot. There you go. Now hopefully we'll get some people who aren't gathering plants if we're lucky. But mine is coming over this way now. Some of them are somewhat injured because there's still piggies in the fort. No matter what we do, there's 2 pigs hooning about the fort, having a great old time. I hope we get hunters at some point, that'd be nice. Maybe just start killing all the pigs in the fortress would be wonderful. There we go, we've got combat pig, combat doggies. Seriously injured, but you know. You've been doing that for your expansions. You have the current fort dig out the rooms and start making the furniture. The new migrants smooth and place their furniture down when they move in. It's a nice division of labour. Yeah, I love that. That's cool as. Smoothing is happening. After all this time, our dwarves are smoothing. They're still getting a wee bit blasted by water. That's alright, we'll give them time. We have plenty for them to do up here. Now we do have coal, but I think the coal is all down in here. So, we need to create a wood burning sort of scenario. Oh, if we hit more damp stone, we have. Look at that. Over there and over there. No matter where we go, the ocean is laughing at us. We must bully the ocean. No Margarets, that's fine. Like I was saying, we really need to start doing trading and making the fort look beautiful. For some reason, we haven't had the traders so far though. What are our subs? Outside government. We're at peace with them. They should be apprehensive. We are at war with all these lads. 4 days travel. So we know these lads, but for some reason, they're not coming to say hello. The amount of bugs I have with this version of the game, ridiculous. We're smoothing and smoothing, that's alright though. It's weird though, we might have to make a squad of like 1 dude, just to see if we can't get a demand met. At least from the dwarves, so like, it's weird to me that no one's reached out. They should be. Very strange, but alright. Our dwarves are jostling about trying to smooth. You've learned from watching me play that one of the keys to not prioritise work tasks like digging to a lower number than 3 or 4, so you don't overschedule. Yes, if you set everything to 1, everything gets a bit of a mess. 100%. These poor old dwarves. They're working so hard to try and get this done. So, thinking we could. Just thinking the best way to get pumps from here to there. Because if we make that, then that breaches and that gets really, really bad. Which is a pity. What we could do, however, what if we mine here, something like this, that'll get us another pump, which we can send down this way, if we're lucky. And that'll get us an extra pump, just to help with this little extra bit of runoff to make things a bit easier on our lads. Maybe. Maybe it'll just be another massive mess. In any case, it'll be fun. People are fighting. Are you getting washed around down there? Yes. Ooh. The metal crafter's mouth takes the full force of the impact and the left cheek explodes into gore. People are getting jostled around, maybe a bit too much down there. We're up to 92 drinks again. There we go. That's what we like to see. And over here, are you reciting some poetry? Oh, he's run off. Well, that's fine. No matter what we do, piggies turn up in the fortress. They've even brought a baby with them. Why'd you bring your piglet in for your attack? Get out of here. Still trying to smooth down here. One day they'll pull it off. There we go. Salford Sale taught you that giving dwarfs a month or two off in winter lets them relax, reset, sleep, eat, train, etc. Oh, nice. That is pretty cool, to be honest. So, we actually need that there. That little spot to be a little bit of a wall. But this should come over to here. And once that's over, we'll put another pump there, which should pull a bit more water out of here. Hopefully. Or it could flood weirdly. And maybe we'll get a backwash from there. Yep. Look, it's fine. Dwarves, I believe in you. You can do it. Right, so for now, we're just going to cancel this just to stop people from getting absolutely wiped out down there. It's been done. Just waiting for this, just making sure they don't suspend it. We've got our pipe section. We've got our corkscrew, we just need a block. They'll be bringing it on. It's hard to take your hand off the mouse and just let the dwarfs live a little. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, even for me, I find we're gonna get that done, don't you worry. I think it's just a lot of it is just about not overworking your dwarves, just not having too many orders, too much stuff going on, and making sure you do have some dwarves kind of limited to one or two things only. Didn't have more time to relax. Construction really done, nearly done. I believe in you dwarves, you can do it. There we go. And that's pumping. And hopefully that'll dry that out a wee bit. So I'd love to have that smooth. Ah, look at this wonderful mess we're making. Perfect. You smoothing it, dwarfs? Are you doing it? Look, you don't have to go all the way to the edge because you'll fall in the hole again. I guarantee you will. Just smooth that one spot. You can smooth it right there first. Oh, I almost had it. Almost had it. Well, while that's happening. So, let's come up here and we're going to create a couple of stockpiles. The first big one, this is going to be bar/blocks, but we'll customize it because we don't want any blocks. Bars are fine, no blocks though. Good, and inside of that we'll create a new stockpile just in here, and that there is going to be stone, but none for everything but metallic ores. There we go. And then over here we need to build 3 workshops. So the first one is going to be a furnace. It's going to be a wood furnace to get us coal so we can power our other stuff. Still haven't smoothed this. These dwarves terribly lazy. They're trying, but they keep getting swept away, huh? It's very strange, but alright. We'll cancel that. And we'll try a nice bit of flooring instead. Suddenly, a pig comes to join in and have a bit of a bath. Thank you, Piggy, that's wonderful. So, I mean, all that one piece is walled in, which is interesting. That was supposed to be a floor, however. So, whoops. Ah, the silliness. The dwarves that seem like misfits, anger-prone, disdainful of everything, low willpower, they seem like useless broken dwarfs, but they're actually the ones who hold the fort together. A lot of the times their ambition in life is just to raise a family. Yeah, 100%. So let's try this again. This time we're doing it with flooring. There we go. I'm sure our dwarves can get that done. We are going to get... I'm tempted to get some blocks coming in, to be honest. Actually, no. We don't have enough dwarves for that. Not if we're getting the very basic steel industry coming along. So, let's get some coal coming in, shall we? Make charcoal. And we're going to say, if there's not much refined coal, then make some. And then, with that, what we would like is we would like a smelter right on in there. We'll be a bit claustrophobic, but that's okay. And that's going to start getting us iron from the hematite. We won't go into steel until we get access to lava, but we can get the very beginnings of iron going on. There we go, there's one done. I'll resume this. That floor, man. People try and then they fall down the floor every time. It's not that slippery, dwarves. You don't have to be that hardcore. Look at this madness everywhere. Down they fall. Ah, these lunatics. Down he falls, and you suspend. Come on, buddy. I believe in you. Oh, and we're saving. We've hit early autumn now. Oh, there we go. So that's in there. Our problem is that people are getting washed down the hill, this hill here and getting injured. So I'd love to start smoothing these. Oh, he's doing it. Is it happening? Nope. Off he goes. Trying again. Nope. Come on, buddy. Come on, man. You can do it. Stop slipping down the hole. It's weird. The dry season has come. And we've got some more drinks, this time from fruit. 263 food, 182 drinks, 193 seeds. Man. Ah, these old dwarfs, huh? These are mostly 1s and 7s. So I'm hoping our dwarf can at least smooth this a wee bit. They're trying. They're somewhat trying. Mostly they're giving up and leaving. But hey, at least they can get down there now. How are we doing over here? Nice. There's our smelter. Let's start getting some hematite coming in. Smelting hematite. And we're going to say, if there's hematite and if there's refined coal, then go ahead. And we're going to use that for flooring at first. Maybe we can always pull up flooring later on to get our bars back. But it'll just get us value in the fort, which hopefully will get us some more dwarves coming to visit. I still have no idea how we can beat autumn and still not have the dwarves come to trade with us. That makes me think there might be a bit of a glitch with this fort, but we'll see. Hey, this is all smoothed up. Good job, dwarves. All the water is just water coming in from here. Ah, well, it's fine. So we'll mine that out. Doing our smoothing trick for the next floor. There we go. We can smooth all of this now. See, we're just waiting for charcoal to be done. And when that's done, we can go and get us our metalsmith going ham. We don't necessarily need too much in the way of tools, but it's good to have the option, you know. Now, this will smooth again. See, we're doing it. We're getting there. These little wee machines of ours are running as hard as they can. Still no one's managed to smooth this. They just keep getting plopped down here by the water. It is a little bit funny, but also a little bit frustrating. More rock crafts have been completed. Perfect. And if we're lucky, we'll have some chests and whatnot to put around. There we go. That'll be at least some happier dwarves. We have one very angry one now. I think they're getting angry mostly because they keep getting jostled everywhere. Now, still working on the last of this charcoal. Eventually the smelter will kick up. Let's have a look at this hematite order. Oh, we're waiting on 2 bits of charcoal. I'll check this anyway. And we're going to say less than, exactly, not 10, at least 10. There we go. Just to make sure that gets moving. Okay, we're going to cancel that because no one's going to manage to smooth that. They'll just fall down the hill all the time and injure themselves. It was funny at first, but you know, we've got to get that sorted. Yeah, 2s and 3s down here now. I wonder how deep this thing goes. Could always be a bit crafty and just try and mine around the edge of the aquifer, like it might be up here or something. Tempting, to be honest. Ah, those poor old doors with us, huh? Yeah, let's send a bit of a shaft up this way. To continue for the great mess we're working on. Plus, we'll actually get access to more gems and stuff, so we probably want to do that anyway. Dwarves up here are working hard. Still not quite finished with that. Oh, we're out of logs. There's our problem. Ghosty Carpenter has risen and is haunting the fortress. That's alright. We'll get ourselves some slabs, shall we? There we go. Make sure it repeats. There we go. And it's time to chop some trees up here. We'll do it over here so we don't have a risk of things crashing through the fortress. There we go. There we go, they've done it, they've done it. Dig that across, smooth it again. You've struck some more microcline. Where? Oh, just up this way? Nicely done. Yeah, I'm getting a bad feeling that we might be having problems with our Civ not sending us wagons and no one else sending us wagons. I've only ever seen that happen before when you get your parent Civ declares war on you. So you're at war with your own parent Civ in a weird broken way, and then you don't get wagons anymore or any traders at all. No migrants again, that's alright, we're working on that though, we'll get migrants. So yeah, we might actually, sadly, be running into a glitch, which is annoying, but we'll see. I think if we hit winter, because this stream is slowly but surely coming to its end anyway, it's about 10 o'clock here, which I've only just realised. But I think if we hit winter and we still haven't had a trade caravan, we can assume something's broken. And I'll have to spin up a new world, and we'll play on the new world tomorrow. Getting a bit of smoothing drama down here. People are cancelling. Oh, that's gathering fruit and leaves. What a misclick. There we are. We are now mid-autumn and no signs of the dwarves. So let's drop a hole here. Just prospecting, seeing if we can't find some safer place to descend. Because you can do that. You can just mine around the edge of an aquifer. Oh, we've got some jostled doors down here. Where did that door come from? It's very strange. Doors, gems shuttling around the place. That is still full with aquifer water. That's a ramp. We'll start coming back this way now. Oh, we're at the edge of the map. Well, that's fine. Of course, there's some more wild piggies rampaging about. Now, do you reckon we have a slab? Do we have even one slab? We have a coffin. Many coffins, cabinets. We have a church slab. Awesome. New memorial to our ghost over there. Mid-autumn, come on dwarfs. Send us a trade wag. They're not quite wanting to reach that, huh? What if we tried channeling instead? Cat's giving birth to kittens. Yeah. Waiting for those dwarfs. Jeez, that's getting deep now. Yeah, dwarfs, I think, are having trouble mining right there now. That is a pity. We'll have another little dip here, just to see if there's some water up there or not. Of course, the piggies are keeping an eye on everything. Thank you, piggies. And we'll send a bit of a path over this way, just to see what's going on. What, we almost ready for our smelter to start running? We did ask people to chop trees, didn't we? Oh, you know what might have happened? Possibly our only tree cutter might be dead. Yep. Hey herbalist, can you also cut trees? You can have this cloth here to help you. They're trying. And we've struck some chiropractors just over here where they've been mining. But up here, have you had much luck? No one's come to channel yet? That's alright. More wild boar inside the fortress. More wild boar inside the fortress. Ah, madness. Yeah, I'm not too concerned about the aquifer, like worst comes to worst, I'll just refresh myself on a tutorial on it. But we'll see. I'm more concerned about just what's going on with those dwarves. And that very strange wagon that's not turning up. I've never actually seen that happen before, where your starting wagon just is like, nah. Like, not only that, but we're actually not getting any visitors. We're not getting traders from others either. It's very strange. Like, they can reach us. Now, if I... Actually, let's get a single militia commander. We're going to say, this Clothier can do it. Good job, Clothier. And the Clothier's job, if we send her in our fort, we're over here. We want them to come up and visit our old fort. No squads available. Do we not have a squad? Ah, there's our problem. There we go. No uniform. The Yankee Tombs. We're off duty at the moment, but we'll get work for them. There's our charcoal done. Yankee Tombs. Please. No specific orders. So, we want to send the Yankee Tombs up this way if we can. We cannot. It is our civilization, right. At least there's that. And we want demand a one-time tribute. Done. Now pop off. And try and make contact with someone, with anyone out there. Yeah, I think we may have a glitched world, which is very upsetting. I was looking forward to doing a nice sweet ocean fort, but that's alright. The Yankee Tombs have returned already. We have now made contact with them. But that mission, that report, there we are. So we walk up pretty easily and come back again. The tribute agreement proposed by the Seals of a Trancing was rejected by the group of sacrifice at Trimmed Nose. Yeah, I think what we're looking at is more than likely a balked world. Which is, you know, admittedly a wee bit frustrating. Let's also get as much water coming out of this as possible now, just for fun. Yeah, so I think tomorrow's stream is relatable, and still no sign of the dwarves, huh? But yeah, tomorrow's stream, I'm thinking we start a new world. I'll generate it. So when you guys jump in, we'll be picking our fortress and we'll go for a nice ocean fort. It'll be pretty good, I reckon. I think, yeah. I think this world, sadly, is a bit balked. My original goal was just to effectively have like a really shallow fortress for ages and slowly just mess around with this. I could have just gone off to the wiki and just gone and been like, oh, how do I punch through this again? But I thought, if we have that as a challenge and we just start getting this going, it'd be very interesting to not have access to the magma sea and just have a really shallow sort of thing going on. No access to caverns, all that sort of stuff. Oh, actually, they're all going to make that out of crap blocks, aren't they? Get out of there. There we go. Oh, miasma. Another dead doggy. What a prize. But yeah, we'll try again tomorrow. New world. One without the glitches. It'll be pretty good, I reckon. We could have made this work, man. I'm so gutted. If we had just gotten the traders and visitors and all that sort of fun stuff, it would have been fantastic. Now, one thing I'm curious about though, maybe it's not working because we don't have a little basic path across here. That could be it. We could try. Maybe everyone's trying to... No, because if there wasn't a path along there and they tried to come on this side, it'd say their wagons have bypassed your unapproachable fortress, which they haven't. Very strange. Oh, miasma this time. A pig has killed a dog in the dining room. Amazing. Resume that. But yeah, that is a pity. Oh, we're getting that up to 7's a wee bit bigger now. A diplomat should show up at least. Yes, exactly. Even if we had an inaccessible fort, a diplomat should show up. Even if a wagon or an animal couldn't get in, a diplomat would show up at the edge, possibly with a pack animal if we're lucky. Like, wagons would bypass, but pack animals should turn up and they'll just wait there. And it'll have a message like, you need a trade depot or something. Or something along those lines. So things, I think, are quite balked in this world. I don't know how blind it managed to have such stable worlds for so long. But hey, that's all good. But yeah, it'll be fun tomorrow. We'll have a new fortress and a new unmessed up world. It'll be great fun. We'll have that happening. But tomorrow we'll start about 2 hours, no, 1 hour later than normal, because today I started an hour late because my fan exploded. More gems have been cut. You saw this happen when the new player created the world on an island. I would expect that, because then there's no way to access your fortress, but not only is there ways to access us, because we're parked up here, we actually sent a delegation up to visit these lads. Because like, if you look, we're on this major continent here, so this is the soaked continents, and up here where our fortress is the soaked continent still, so it is inaccessible. 3 days travel, 3 days travel, 4 days travel, inaccessible. Oh, it's because it's a big mountain, that's why. Yeah. You can't access mountains. Yeah, so you can't access that, we can access this. That's about right, but yeah. So, things I think are a wee bit balked. But, there's still a few of us floating around. Even though this fortress ended a wee bit of a pity. If I knew this was going to happen, I would have kept the other fortress going. Even though we had a few glitches there, it was still pretty fun. But that's alright, tomorrow, like I was saying, we'll get a whole new world, it'll be fun, it'll be fantastic, we'll have all sorts of good shenanigans. But for now, where I am, it's about 10:15, I need to start getting ready for work tomorrow. We should get yesterday's VOD up on YouTube tomorrow. I'll get a link set up with that. Oh, I'm sorry, man. I wish I could do more. You love seeing new worlds anyway? Yeah, I do like kicking up a new world occasionally. It is pretty fun. But yeah, we'll get that going tomorrow. Thanks for everyone who turned up. Hope to see you all again tomorrow. Thanks again for those raiders and those subs. And all the follows. We actually got a whole bunch of follows today. It was awesome. You guys are absolute legends. But I think, let's raid out, shall we? I'm certain we can find someone cool around here somewhere. Who's streaming? Ooh, Haz is playing Balkan. But we've been raiding Haz continuously. Let me have a look. Is anyone doing Dwarf Fortress? That is a good question, I think. Who's doing the dwarfs? I wonder. Oh snap! Here's a lad called Upjump who's playing some dwarfs. Non-toxic, he says. Good. So we'll do a bit of a raid to a nice wee lad called Upjump. Again, thanks so much for everyone turning up. See you again all tomorrow. But for tonight, I'm off to sleep. Well, not off to sleep, off to have dinner and then eventually sleep. But yeah, catch you all again later on. Have a good one. You'll bump over and see you up, Joe.